We are
Hi.
live.
Yes, we are live. Hi. Oh my God. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, whatever the time it is where you're watching from. It is such a pleasure and it is such an honor to get started with our webinar for today. Stanley, how
Can-
are you? How are you doing?
I'm doing that. Can you see somebody's watching us? Let's see if it's streaming public. Okay, it's showing. It's showing. Yeah, it's great. It's we are so glad to have all of you here, and this is the first of its kind, especially in this part of the world. So welcome to Zero to Pro Fiction Writing webinar. We are so excited. We are so happy, and of course today you are going to learn from established authors who have achieved success in this niche, who are excelling in their writing careers. So we are so glad to have you here. And why are we doing this? Why are we hosting this amazing webinar? Let me allow Glory to talk about that.
Okay, so African writers living in Africa. I wrote an essay once. Well, not an essay per se, but I wrote an essay once, and I said that one of the major problems that we have is the fact that we don't have access to a lot of educational materials. We don't have access to trainings, to coaches, to master classes and workshops, creative writing workshops. In fact, a lot of times it feels like we're forgotten. Like for me, when I started in the industry, I there was nothing like there was literally nothing, nowhere for me to learn from. There was nothing for me to look out for. It was I had to learn by myself. I had to go and look for information by myself, and I didn't have any Nigerian or African writer that I could learn from at the time. Maybe I was seeing one or two successful writers, but African writers living in Africa, but they were not really teaching and all of that. So I think so when I started to learn, I made my mistakes. It took quite a long time, but I made my mistakes. But I started to learn, I started to grow, and I just told myself that, man, babe, people that are coming up after you do not need to go through the same things that you went through, because I believe that I would have broken out into the industry a whole lot earlier if I had somebody to guide me, if I had somebody to train me, if I had mentors or coaches that I could reach out to with a question, people who could tell me, oh Glory, this thing you're doing is a mistake, or this is the right part, this you should do more of this and all of that. So I didn't have any of that, so I just felt like this has to stop. This really, really has to stop. We need to make a name for ourselves. If you go over to the US or to the UK, you'll find a lot of creative writing MFAs are quite popular over there. So they have a lot of teachers, training models, and a lot of the established authors that we love their books today are professors or they are lecturers in some of these universities. But here in Nigeria, we don't have anything like that. In fact, the only I know of only two creative writing classes, and that's the Farafina Hibiscus creative writing masterclass, which holds maybe once a year or sometimes once in 2 or 3 years, with Chimamanda. And there's this lady that won the Commonwealth Short Story Prize that also does some classes, but it is not anything that is structured. Sometimes she comes up, sometimes she doesn't come up. So it was all just very wacky, and I realized that, man, we need to put out a lot of information out there for writers so that people that are coming behind us do not need to necessarily go through the same problems, the same issues that we went through, so that they could have somebody to guide them, to look up to mentor them, and all of that. And so after I created my writers network and Facebook group, and we're doing some things, but I just wanted to reach out to more writers, at once. And I wanted more of established and successful writers to also, teach the younger ones that are coming up in the industry. And that's how, the whole Zero to Pro creative writing webinar was. And of course, Stanley is one of the creative writing coaches that we have in Nigeria. And of course, he's been a great partner. So, how's it been for you? What was the reason for this, for participating in this?
In fact, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. When we were starting out, when I was starting out, if I had this kind of opportunity, but it would have been golden for me. When I was starting out, I didn't have that kind of guidance. I didn't have much guidance, and I was making a lot of mistakes. It was try and error, try and error, try and error. When I published my first book in 2013, that time I was a third year student of University of Nigeria in Soka. I didn't have much guidance. I didn't even know anything about publishing, and I didn't even know how to do it right. I didn't know how to sell my book. I didn't have mentorship. I didn't have the right guidance. I didn't have the right mentorship, and I was just doing it until then. I discovered social media, and I saw writers who are achieving amazing success in their writing careers, who have strong brands for social media. And the question on my mind was, how are they doing this? How are they doing this? And that was when I began to also connect with international based authors like Kilu Tai, Amaka Z, and Mbesi, and of course, Glory, Abba, and so many other amazing authors as well. And I discovered that now Africa have a new generation of fiction authors that are doing well, that are changing the narrative, that are showing Africa to the world, and that are daring and bold with their kind of storytelling. And I began to also connect with mentors in recent years, in the past 10 years, and they were helping me, they were guiding me. And I discovered something about those who are successful in this niche, that they don't hold back when it comes to giving information, when it comes to sharing
Yeah.
their knowledge with young writers.
Yeah.
They don't hold back at all. And when I was posting my stories, I was a member of Nigerian Readers and Writers. Kirutaye is the admin of that group, of Facebook group of Facebook. As of 2017, I was sharing my stories there. And even though I wasn't really writing well, I was an amateur. She wasn't criticizing me. She was providing feedback. She was encouraging me. And when she started Love After Press, she reached out to me and said, Stanley, we are calling for submissions. We like to submit you. Have you written a novel? Have you written a story? So,
Yeah.
and then I connected with other amazing authors as well. And one of them, her name is Victoria Sanford. I asked her, Mom, you've helped me, so much. You've given me guidance. You've given me mentorship. How can I pay back? How can I pay back? And what she told me surprised me, and of course that made me to be in the path that I am today. She said, "Give back, mentor other writers. I pass this gift to you, or yeah, let this gift go around. Let this mentorship go around. Guide other young writers from Africa who do not have a platform, who do not have guidance. Okay, show them the right information, give them the right tools, give them the right mentorship, and when they succeed, they should also give back. They should also guide those who are coming after them. And of course, if we do this and do this and do this, it keeps going on round and round, and before you know it, then everybody's writing, everybody knows what they should do, and then people are happy because they have clarity and they're achieving their purpose. So Zero to Pro Fiction Writing Webinar is the first of its kind, because this is where we want fiction writers to get the right mentorship, the right knowledge that they need to excel in their writing career. And I'm so excited. I'm so excited. It's a beautiful Saturday here in Nigeria. The time now is 9:52 a.m. West African time, and we are so happy. We welcome all of you that are joining us today. Welcome, and of course, we are grateful to our speakers, all our speakers. Thank you for accepting to share knowledge with us. We do not take this for granted.
Yeah, so we are going to start in about 8 minutes with our very first speaker, Osika. But before we do that, Stanley, what would you say would be the greatest issue or problem that you face when you're starting out?
The greatest problem I was facing when I was starting out was I didn't know how to build my brand as a writer. I didn't even know how to use social media. I discovered the power of social media. Social media is a platform you can use to connect with other writers. You can even use to build your audience. You can use to connect with readers, and you can also use it to sell your books. I didn't know how to use social media. I didn't know how to build my brand. I saw people who were doing it, and I was confused. And of course, I didn't know how to, when I published my first book, a lot of doctors and professors read it and edited it, but it was messed up. It was badly written. I then discovered that you studied
Again, sorry,
English
let me
language.
just cut you short. Let me just cut you short. When you say, oh, professors and whatever lecturers edited, I mean, when it comes to editing your book, do not try that. Do not try that, because I feel like, when you give something like that to people that you respect, you forget the fact that they
Mm,
don't have experience in that industry. And I'm
yes,
pretty sure
yes,
most of them, they can't even remember the last time they read a fiction book. So
yes,
they'll just practice with this outside eye, like they won't really understand what they're supposed to do or what they're supposed to understand from it and all of that. So that was like a major, major flaw. So I just wanted to just
yes.
point that out there so we can continue. Sorry for interrupting.
Yes. So you can imagine a professor that have not read a fantasy novel, a crime fiction novel, probably must have read a lot of textbooks in English, written in English language. Editing a fantasy novel, doesn't understand the magic system, or editing a crime fiction novel and doesn't even understand the criminal investigation and the whole character development stuff. So, and that is the problem that most writers are facing today. Most young writers, as if I go publishing company, sometimes they will say, if you can't edit this manuscript, I'm going to give it to my lecturer. My lecturer is going to edit it, and all of that. But then I discovered I also made that mistake, and I published my first book. It was filled with errors, and then I discovered that no, this is not the kind of guidance that I need. And then I started searching for guidance. I was, try and error. But social media has really helped me because with social media, I was able to connect with a lot of people who are doing the right thing. And Brian Tracy said in his book Psychology of Selling, if there are people who are successful in a particular niche, that shows you that yes, you can actually succeed in that niche as well. So I
Yeah.
started asking. So everything changed. Everything about my writing career changed when I started asking the right questions. If you ask the right questions, you'll get the right answers. And I know that all of you that are joining this program today, you want to succeed in your writing career. You want to transform your writing career. You want something different. So the question I ask is, how do they do it? How are they doing this? What strategy are they using? What are they doing differently? What are they doing differently? And today they are going to show you what they are doing differently. They are going to show you the strategies that they are using. Okay, starting with Precious Osika, that is going to come on here by 10 a.m. to talk about storytelling techniques. They are going to show you, and then of course Amaka Zie and all that. They're going to tell you what exactly that they are doing, and of course you are going to know the new things that are happening in the industry. You're going to know what is going on in the industry because our industry is changing. It's evolving fast with technology and AI. A lot of things are happening, and of course it seems like self-publishing is like what almost every author are doing, and most authors are now learning marketing, learning brand building, connecting with readers in new, and amazing ways. So you're going to learn all of
Yeah.
this, and this is our way of giving back. This is our way
And
of giving back.
the amazing thing is that there's room for everybody. There's room for everybody, and there's no competition. So one
Yes,
person is
yes,
successful doesn't mean that there's no room for another person to
yes,
be
yes,
successful. Because I even
yes.
there was this argument on Twitter with some international writers, and they were like, "Man, see, you alone can't sustain your readers because you can spend a whole year writing a book." And your reader will spend 1 day, 2 days, 3 days reading a book. So what are they going to do? They don't have to wait another whole year for you to finish your next book. No, now. So there's room for everybody when it comes to the writing industry. There is room
And
for everybody.
collaboration is, yes, and collaboration is the key.
Yeah, that is why I'm also
Collaboration
excited
is the key. Yes,
Rosemary
yes,
session because there's just a
yes.
whole lot. And I'm glad that we're able to cover a lot of topics from storytelling techniques to marketing to collaboration to publishing to brand. So we have a whole lot of awesome topics lined up, for you guys. And it's really, really going to be great. Okay, so any final words before we start? We have like 2 minutes before we start the program. What should
Okay.
writers know? From my end, I would say get good internet connection, get your pen, get your paper, get ready to learn, and most importantly, practice. Implement what you learned today. If you don't implement, you still be, at the level where you are. You still be at the place where you are. But if you're able to implement, you find yourself going, a whole lot longer and better than you currently are. So, what word of advice in 1 minute?
Get your pen ready, get your notes ready. That is what I do. That was what I did. When I was starting out, I was learning from these people. I was going to physical and online events such as this. I was learning from the people who are getting it right, and I was implementing. I was practicing. You're not going to see. You don't have webinars like this. Especially in fiction writing niche. You don't have it often. You don't see it often. So this is like a first of its kind. This is rare. So seize today and take advantage of this amazing opportunity. Learn, implement, and shine. Of course, we can't wait to see you win. Let's help you win. Okay. So we are so happy for you. We are so excited, of course. And today is going to be amazing. Today is going to be amazing.
All right. Thank you, Stanley. Thank you so much for everybody who is here. Tell your friends, get people to join, get people to learn. We're not yet certain that there's going to be a replay, so this is the opportunity. This is the time for you to learn. A lot of you may not have the opportunity to learn from some of these writers again after today. So this is like a really awesome opportunity. get ready to learn and get ready to implement. I always say implementation is the key. If you don't implement, then there's no point coming up here. And also take notes, take really detailed notes so that you don't, so that you can always go back to your notes and learn and grab one or two things that you may have missed from there. All right, so Stanley, I'm going to let you out of the studio, and then we're going
Thank
to
you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
guest
Yeah.
for today. Okay, everybody. So we've got Precious Osika in the studio, and we're going to be starting in T minus zero time. Okay, so now we have Precious in the studio. We have Precious in the studio. Come on, everybody, let's give her a resounding welcome. Miss Precious, I am so excited. I'm so excited for you. How are you feeling
Me too.
today?
I'm feeling very great. Thank you. And you?
I'm feeling awesome. I'm feeling awesome.
How you
I'm so
doing?
excited from you
Okay.
today. I'm awesome. And we have so many people that are excited to have you out here today. All right. So, for those of you who don't know, Precious is a legal practitioner. I'm just going to mention that and then move on to the next. Because the next thing that she is, she's a creative writing coach. She's a ghostwriter. And I think one of the things I love about Precious is her the way she teaches creative writing. I know she has classes for adults, for young adults, and also for children. And I'm always impressed when I see testimonials from kids who are learning, who are writing, doing a whole lot of awesome things. So, Precious, it's really, really great to have you here today. So, I'm about to leave
Thank
you in the
you.
studio. You do your thing with the
Okay.
people, and all of that. But really, really, we're excited to have you
All
here
right.
today. If you're excited, you can just say
Thank you
welcome
very
in
much.
the comment section, and then we'll get started. So, are you ready?
Yes.
All right. So, I'm
Okay.
going to leave you now to do your thing.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Glory Abba and Stanley, for having me here. Thank you. So, when I saw the topic, storytelling techniques, I was already smiling and I was like, are you sure 30 minutes is enough for me? Like, it's enough for me. But then 30 minutes is enough. So, I'm going to take you through everything about storytelling. And before I go into storytelling techniques, I'll just give you a bit about the foundation of storytelling. There are some people who are probably new to storytelling. They have no idea about it before, and even some who already have idea, but they still don't understand some things. I'll just help you. I'll take you through all that before dishing out the techniques itself. Okay. Now, the first thing is when it comes to storytelling, we have elements. What are those things that make up the story itself? Some writers don't know this. It's not about just picking up your pen to write. I know that there's this flow about it. Like, it's in my head, let me just put it down. Yes, I understand that. I understand. Okay, but then there are things you need to know. And that is that when you read some books, or you watch some movies, you see that there's a whole lot of plot holes. Some things are not stated well, some things are missing, it's because they don't really understand some of these things I'm about to share with you today. Okay, of course, feel free to Drop your questions in the comments. I'm going to look at them. All right. Now let's get started. The very first one, when it comes to elements, okay, the thing that must be present. When you say elements, the ingredients. Let me just go very, very local now, so that nobody will say she's speaking BB grammar. I can't understand. Okay. Now when they say the ingredients, those things inside that story that must be present. The first one I'm going to talk about is character. Character. Please bear with me. I'm going to be using movie. I'm going to be using story to explain and illustrate, because I'm also a screenwriter, right? Okay. Now, characters, very important. Your story must have a character. I mean, if there are no actors in that movie, are we going to watch anything? No. If there are no characters in that story, are we going to understand anything? No. Clear, right? Okay. So your character is a very important element. Very important. I'm stressing on this right now. I'm really, really stressing on this. Understand characterization, like characters itself. Understand it. When you understand character, trust me, it's not going to be difficult for you. And of course, your character can be animate, inanimate. It can be an animal. Do you know that an animal, a human being? Let me not speak big English for you. Okay, can be a human being, can be an animal. They are the people who are going to drive the narrative of your story. Without them, trust me, okay, without the character, are you going to listen to dialogues? No, you're not going to get anything. It's going to be blood now. All right, so you must understand characters. Understand the different types of characters. Understand the different types of characters. I'm still stressing on this. It's very important. You must know your protagonist, know your antagonist, your villain, your flat character, foil character, static character, dynamic character. You must understand, because when it comes to characters, we have them either by quality or by role they are taking. Okay, so understand characters. Now, the number 2 thing I'm going to talk about is setting. 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 When people hear setting, the only thing that comes to their mind is place, which is not so. It's not only place. Now, your setting can be time, place, or period of time. Let's take it again. Time, place, or period of time. So let's look at the time itself. It can be in the day. It can be at night. Okay? It can be 2 p.m. It can be 6 a.m. Is that clear? Good. Now let's look at the place. The place can be real, can be placed from your imagination, anything you want to create. For instance, Zamunda, in Coming to America, Zamunda, the location they use, the African location, is a fictional place. It's not really real. I don't think there's any place called Zamunda, the same. Okay? I think the same with Wakanda. All right? You can have a real place like Nigeria, Canada, Edo State, Lagos. Okay? You can have your bedroom, your kitchen, place, location. It can be something you created from this your head, like you're just creating something. You just want to create a location for yourself. It's fine. Now let's look at period of time. Period of time. Period of time could be in the past. This thing happened in the past, like years back, centuries ago. Or it could be something happening now. You know the thing we say, correct dispensation, right? It's happening now. It's taking place now. It's happening, right now. Okay? And we can have something happening in the future. Something that will happen in the future. 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 100 years to come. That's setting for you. So you see that setting is not only place. I hope this one is clear. Now look at the other one. Theme. What is the central message? What are you passing to readers, to viewers? What are you telling us? You can't just write a story and there is no message. We should pick something. So what are you telling us? Is it about redemption? Is it about family values? Is it about corruption? Is it about war? What are you telling us? So your story should have a theme. Plot. The ordering and series or sequence of events in a story. So let me give you an example. So let's say Glory and Precious are best friends, and we want to talk about their convocation. We want to talk about their event, their convocation, how they were planning for it, what took place on that day. After that day, were they still friends, or did everybody just found their way, Everything I'm going to be talking about, the scenes, everything we're going to be putting in place, the event that's going to take place from when they were planning, probably they were in their room talking, to when they went to get their convocation gown, to the convocation itself, how they got their certificates, or probably maybe Glory got an award. Everything taking place is the plot. I'm breaking this thing down, trying to make it so easy for you to understand. Okay, so the plot itself is very important. Very, very, very important. Then let's look at POV. So when you hear POV, they're just trying to talk about the point of view. So what angle are you telling your story? What angle are you telling your story? So we need to know the angle in which the story is being told. Are you telling it from the first person? Okay, the first person where you use the I, the we, or are you saying it from the second person? That point where we use you. Or are you saying it from the third person? That point where you use she, he, they. Okay, so we need to know what angle are you telling the story. Okay, now let's look at style. In style, I like including tone, voice, and mood. So I'm going to explain them for you. So in style is how you present your story. What's your style like? What's that thing that people know that this is the handwriting of this person? For instance, I have my style of writing, starting from the way I use short sentences to literary devices. Like my works are so poetic, you would think it's a poetry work. Okay, they are very dramatic because I'm a screenwriter, so I write like it's a movie. Heavy dialogues. Those are my style. Okay, that's the way I love presenting my works. I use literary devices a lot, and I include rhythm, pacing, and all of that. So we need to know what's your style like. There are some people, they write it like the way they infuse their kind of storytelling, the way their style is not too grammatical. It's very simple and it's easy to understand, but at the same time, it's kind of like poetic. I don't know if you've seen such. There are some words like that. Okay, while there are some, the vocabulary is on that level itself. It's their style, is the way they want to do their thing. While there are some, they don't put dialogue punctuations. They'll tell you it's their style. And you will understand what they're writing. You will understand. They use paragraphs to present it. It's a presentation. It's your way. It's the way you want to present your work to your readers. Okay. Now, when we talk about the tone, it's about you, the writer. How do you feel towards a particular story? What's your feeling towards it? What's your take from it? I'm making it easy for you to understand, so it will not be difficult at all. You would say I use big grammar for you. All right. Now, when you talk about the mood, now how do your readers now think about your story? What do they feel at the end of the day? Is it this anxiety? Is it this fear? What are they feeling from it? Okay. Now, when you talk about the voice, so whose voice are we really looking at? Is it your character's voice? Is it the author's voice or the narrator's voice? I hope you're getting all of this, okay? Now, another element is conflict. Conflict, very, very, very important. Conflict. If there is no problem, how far? What's the use of the story itself? There has to be a problem. We're solving the situation. There's something. There are different kinds of conflicts, okay? So what is the problem? What's the major issue? What are we looking at? What's at stake? What's the thing that is bringing all this? Okay, what's the thing bringing up the story? Like, what are those wahala there, okay? Conflict, very important, but some people do not know that these things are important when it comes to storytelling. So tell me, how can you know the storytelling techniques if you don't understand the elements of it itself? Okay, now let me take it down a little to the structure of storytelling. We call it the 3-act structure. Act 1, Act 2, Act 3. Okay, we use that in screenwriting a lot. It's also known as the beginning, the middle, the end. In the beginning, we're looking at the expository part of it, okay, bringing up their background, things about your characters, things we need to know about the place, just something taking us through from the beginning of, yeah, and then we go down to issues springing up here and there, okay, little issues coming in, and then we have the middle of it where the conflict is just there, like, oh no. And of course, we have the climax where the tension is high. And of course, we're going to the end where we now begin to try to tie all the ends, tie them together and give us a resolution, the end. It's It's as easy as that. It's not difficult. All right, it's not difficult. So before we go into the techniques again, let's look at the 4 types of storytelling. Now, there's one thing you should understand when it comes to storytelling. People have what we call different terminologies. Okay, there are different terminologies. They can tell you it's about narrative writing. Whatever it is, don't let it confuse you. Some of these things are just the same, okay? Don't let it confuse you at all. So looking at the types of storytelling. So what are the types of storytelling? Before I now tell you, use this technique, use this one, use that, use this. Now we have the linear type, okay? Linear. Just look at it as straightforward storytelling. So if it's hard for you to remember, just say she told me straightforward storytelling. Easy to remember, okay? But no, I'm talking about the linear storytelling. Okay, now what's this part about? It's straightforward. You are following the story in a very straight order. It's like this. You're starting from the beginning, taking us through from the to the middle, then to the end, right? Beautiful, good. You're not jumping, you're not taking us back, you're not taking us forward. It's just going as it's happened. Everything's unfolding itself in a chronological manner. All right, it's just going straight. Then we now have the non-linear. That's the one that is not straightforward. This is the one I really like. So this one, those wicked writers that will take you front, take you back, use flashback to push you this way, bring you this. It's not following it directly, all right? It's not following it directly. It's a very beautiful style, especially when you want to put your reader's intention. You want to make them start thinking, so what now happened? Why is it like this? Why did they not, You're taking us back, you're taking us forward, taking us this way, taking us that way. You are using different literary devices. Either you're using the flashback, you're using foreshadow. See, there are different ways you're going to use it, all right, for that particular storytelling. Now we have the quest storytelling. This one you can call it the journey storytelling. You can call it the journey storytelling. The people who use this a lot are those who probably are writing about maybe a fantasy work, or it could be adventure, or do you know that you can actually use it for your business? Yeah. You can use it for business storytelling. You can use it for a presentation. You can use it for this speaking engagement sometimes. It's just about the journey, like telling you how you are moving from this point, or your character is moving from this point to this point. They are working tirelessly to achieve a goal. There's this thing they want to hit. You show us everything, how they started, how they moved here, the challenges, and how they got that goal. It's very, very good for those who have businesses. I use this a lot, especially when I want to tell people how I started my journey from started writing at the age of 8. I got to a point, I said, I want to start making money from my writing. It was difficult, the challenges I faced, people who stole my works, just to achieve one goal. You get it? Okay. So this storytelling is very good for that. Now we have the viewpoint or point of view storytelling. They call it viewpoint, point of view storytelling. Now this one is more of like, okay, you're telling the story from the angle of someone. All right, the someone can be the narrator or the character in your story. Narrator or the character in your story. A very good example, if you have, Children of Blood and Bone is also good for quest. It falls under the point of view too, because it's the character from Zili. Okay, so if you have read the book, I don't know if anybody here has read the book. I'm just using that as an example so that I can explain the point of view I'm talking about. All right, so that is when it comes to these types of storytelling. You can explore anyone. You're good to go. Okay, you're good to go. Now let's look at the techniques itself. So what exactly are those techniques that you can employ in your story? I want to make my story sweet. I want people to read my work. I want them to love my work. So we're going to go through all of that now. The very first one you can use in your story is foreshadowing. It's a very beautiful technique that you can employ in your story. When you're telling your story, you want it to be beautiful. You want people to feel like, what's going to happen at some point. Foreshadowing is good. I use this a lot in my novel, The Wall and the Flower. It was beautiful that some people were like, why will it end this way? Readers came to me and they're like, why would it end this way? Why would it? They were sort of fighting me, and I was like, hello, hello, hello. Did you see at some point where I hinted about something that's going to take place at the later event? They're like, yes, yes, about the prophet, about somebody saying this, the old woman doing this. I said, that's it. You got it. So foreshadowing is more of like you are hinting your readers, you're hinting your audience about something that's going to take place at some point. It's like a hint. It doesn't talk too much. It's not the one you're exposing everything. It's just a hint. And it gives us this anticipation, this feeling of, I'm going to read further and see what's going to happen, if this is going to happen. Okay? It's a very beautiful technique you can employ. The use of flashback. Flashback is another good one, especially when probably you didn't really have enough backstory or something happened. You want to make us understand something better. Okay? Flashback is a very good one. Very beautiful technique that you can employ in your story. But you should be very mindful of the way you use it. Now, let me give you an example. You can be writing a story and if you feel there's a need for a flashback, just to explain certain things, there are places you use flashback. It's not everything you use flashback. Oh, because Coach Pressure said a flashback is a good technique, let me put flashback. No, please. There are cases where you use the flashback. So there are sometimes you want to explain certain event that took place. Probably you didn't tell us before, or you want to give us a more understanding about the backstory of your character. Then flashback is good to go. And it's not like you just use a full, I don't even know how to explain it. It's not like you're going to use the entire book for flashback. It's just something like that's why it's called flash. You know, it's not something that you just hit us for a long time. We're going to be tired. We'll be like, is it not finishing? You get it's like, look at it. It just goes in that way. All right. Flashback. Next technique is you need to murder your darlings. You need to do this. Very painful, very, very painful. You know those things. There's some very sweet, hot things like that. You'll be like, I need this thing in my work. I love this particular thing I've just written. Sometimes you have to cut it off. Sometimes you have to take them off. Omit unnecessary detail. That's what it just means. So don't say I've spoken big grammar for you. Murder your darling simply means omit unnecessary details. Maybe there are things you're not supposed to include. There are certain statements or things you're not supposed to include. Just take it off, okay? Now, let me give an example. There was a time, my novel, is actually The Wall and the Flower, okay? It has its own central setting. It has its own central focus. It has its focus. I'm saying this because of people who write novels a lot. It has a focus. And I remember a reader was like, I didn't get to see this part of these people. And I was like, of what use is it of those people to the central focus, the main focus? It's of no use. There's really nothing. They're not playing any substantial role right now. It can come up in the next series, but for this first series, they are not playing any role. It's just like I'm going to be wasting time. And moreover, if I begin to spring all those things, don't you think that I'm going to be putting too many things on this work and people will get confused and be like, is she taking us to safe? Which one are we even looking at? You see it? So you need to learn how to murder your darlings. So the next one is cliffhangers. Cliffhangers, very important. Cliffhangers, don't let it be too difficult. Cliffhangers or suspense or surprise. There are times you use cliffhangers. There are times you don't use it. Don't say because it's a technique, you're going to use it all through. Seriously? It's not going to be used all through. Okay? If you're writing a novel, there's what we call chapter cliffhangers. There are times you leave a cliffhanger, this anticipation of, let's see what's going to happen. There are times you do not leave it that much. It depends on what you're trying to tell. It depends on your plotting. It depends on what you're trying to pass across, okay? Cliffhanger, suspense is a very powerful tool. Like, this is the most powerful of them all. To me, this is the most powerful of them all, to me. Every writer has their own unique thing that works for them. It's very powerful to me. Suspense is very powerful to me. Know when to. You can have sub cliffhangers. It's little, okay? It's little. While there are some, it's very large. The main suspense itself will be there. There will be small suspense to still help drive the story. Okay, and the next one is the use of conflicts. Conflicts is, in fact, is needed. Like I said it from the beginning. I included it in elements because I know it's very important. It's very, very important. Now, if there is really no problem, so what are we going to be doing in the story? There has to be something. Conflict is not only when somebody is against the protagonist. Do you know that even the protagonist has a conflict? Can be the protagonist can be his own issue. Yeah, the protagonist can actually be facing an inner conflict. You know, we have external conflict, we have the inner one from themselves. It could be a psychological trauma, something that happened. It could be a resolve or a belief that happened. Okay, you get it. External can be probably things happening in society. Maybe somebody is fighting the protagonist or giving the protagonist a problem. All right, so that is why I said conflict is very, very important. Now include a time bomb. Time bomb. Tick, tock, tick, tick, tock. Okay, so for instance, you have a particular scene where your character wants to commit suicide. This character has been planning that I'm going to die today. I shall die. You get it? And you're trying to make your readers feel like, is this character going to die? Or is this character going to still survive it? Or will somebody come and take this character? You'll be giving us bit by bit that the time is ticking. He has given himself that time that I am so depressed. I want to leave this world. I want to just leave everything behind and run away, escape his or her problems. You'll be taking us through the things that the character is doing. Probably had they left the house, maybe they sat somewhere, they encountered someone, a call came in, they moved again, they are there looking at that place, they are going to commit suicide, maybe they want to fall from the maybe a cliff or something to the water, ocean or something, want to drown themselves, and there's this thing. You're giving us bit by bit, okay, but you're not telling us everything. It gives a time thing to your readers who begin to feel like, okay, is he going to do this? Is he not going to do this? There are different examples. I'm using that as an example. All right. The next thing again you need to include is your pacing. Pacing. When your story is too slow to come into a conclusion, or it's too slow to take you to another level, or to transition to another thing, there's a problem. Your readers might get tired, they might get frustrated, they might not be able to keep through. They'll be struggling. That's why you see some characters, some readers will be like, I've been on this chapter, it has not finished. I've been on this book, I opened it, I got this, I couldn't continue. Yes. It's possible that the scenes are dragging. The scene is dragging for too long. Sometimes when I read my work, especially when I'm somebody that I don't really know how to read slow paced works. Yeah. I'm a fast person. Like, I want to read quickly. I want to do things quickly. That's just my nature. So when it comes to books, I'm writing fast, I'm reading fast. So when your story is dragging and dragging, I will still here, never stay finished. You understand? I will just get tired. All right. So it also happens to when it comes to pacing your story. So if you don't want your readers to feel like the story is dragging, you have to work on your pacing. Do not drag a scene. Let me give you one. Don't drag a scene for too long. Quickly hit it and get out of there. 2, your descriptions. This one is another one. What are you describing? You're describing one shirt. You're describing how it's blue. Okay, look at this right now. I'm wearing a blue, right? You see blue color, isn't it? Just want to describe a very simple top that I'm wearing. You will not tell me it's red neck dipped. It is with blue turquoise blue color. It is with design flower. See now, there's no time. Describe, but there's the way you describe these things. You don't drag it for too long. I don't know if you're getting it. Don't drag for too long. That's the problem. Don't drag for too long. Okay? Another thing again is dialogues. For someone like me, dialogues is one thing I use a lot. Like I said it before. I said that's my style, right? Sometimes I'm very careful. When dialogue is too much, problem. Say it a bit, give us a narrative, just let everything just blend, let it be balanced. Do not stay too long on something. All right. So that is the aspect of the pacing. Now let us look at show, don't tell. Before this one, everybody, I know everybody knows this particular one. I know, we all know it, right? Okay, for some people who don't know it, the show don't tell technique they've been telling you about, they're just saying you should make your work visual. Tell us a visual storytelling. Give us something like we are watching it. We are seeing it happening like a movie. For instance, let's say Louis actually slaps me. Okay. Louis slaps me. I understand. How does he slap me? How do I feel it? Did he just say, and I'm just there? Or how was it? Did the thing really enter? Did it cause my nose to even bleed on top? Or did it cause me to hold my hand and I'm like, the mark is there? Or did it make me feel, how dare he hit me? Show us these things happening. That's what we're trying to say. Don't just tell us this thing happened. Put everything like you should watch it play out. So I want to enter someone's room and I'm like, okay, I want to steal something. Instead of just saying I walked into his room, I looked left and right to see if he was sleeping to steal something. Now you tell us, okay? Tell us how it's like. Tell us how it's like. How did that enter? In what form did that enter? All right. So those are the whole thing about techniques. Now, if you have any questions, please ask me. I'll take the questions. Ask me and I'll take your questions. I'll take your questions so that we can round up. I'll take your questions. Any questions? Yes. Questions, please. Okay. All right. So I'm waiting. So I'm waiting for your questions. In order to just round it all up, tips that can actually help you improve your storytelling: read good books, get a coach, very important, somebody to guide you, that will give you criticisms. Write and send to your coach to give you criticisms. Don't write and keep to yourself because you won't know what's wrong. Okay, work on your vocabulary and try to practice these techniques. Understand those elements, understand them very well. Okay, understand them, practice the techniques. All right. So I think there are no questions because I've been waiting. No questions. Okay. Thank you very, very much for having me. Okay, Opeyemi Bello is asking, conflict and team. Okay, I said it before at the beginning. The team is your central message. What are you telling us? What message are you passing to people when you write your story? What's the message like? What are we going to learn? Well, okay, for when I'm teaching my children, I tell them what's the moral lesson. Conflict is the problem. What's the issue on ground? What's happening? What are we tackling? What's the problem? Conflict, problem, team, message. Okay? So I think that's it. How do someone open his or her story? The first line. Okay, you can start with a hook. This one is going to even be another different video on it. So if I'm to do this, because there are different ways you can start your story. Start with something that is a hook. The line must make sense. It can be memorable line. The first line can be memorable. You can start with a problem. People are just having problem right now. You're starting from the middle of your story. You don't want to take us from beginning. Probably you use flashback to take us to beginning, okay? You can start with that. You can start with a dialogue. Some people don't like starting with a dialogue. Maybe they don't know how to manage it. That's why. They don't know how to manage it. But you can start with something very powerful. Somebody had made a statement, probably, and that thing you're like, what is he trying to say? Okay? So you can start with humor, something comedy, comic something, comic relief, or comic line. You can start with that. It could be poetic, a statement. There's one I started with. I said, if someone had told me that my father, my beloved father, would die today, I would say, woe betide you. I started the story, one of my stories in White Whispers like that, and it really drew a lot of people to me. I started another one. I did not start this war. I did not, bring the hurricane of bloodshed. There are ways you can start your work, but you should just be able to hook your readers. Let them feel like, what's happening here? I'm going to read this work. Thank you. So.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
It has been very, very expository. I'm sure that we have learned a lot.
Yeah.
If you've learned it, just send her the fire emoji in the comment section. So it has been very educative. I like how you took us on a journey and the different parts of writing, of storytelling, and the examples that you gave, as well as the questions. The comment section is fire. I hope you can see the comments. I don't know if you can see the comments. I hope you can see
Okay,
them.
I can't, but I know at a point I saw someone dropped two questions. I saw two questions at a point. I don't know if there were others.
Could answer, so you could answer the
Okay,
questions. So thank you
okay.
so
All
much.
right.
I'm really, really
Okay.
grateful. Just like I'm
All right.
saying,
Thank you very
so we
much.
have some fire emojis here for you. Let me just show you some of them and all of that. So it's been
Yes.
very
Yes.
and
Thank you.
so much. All right, ladies. So we are moving on to the next guest. This is someone that I'm really, 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 really excited about. In the person of Mr. Makazie. So she's going to take the stage in just a little bit of a moment. But first, let's give you a little bit of introduction about the lady that's about to speak to you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi,
Hi, it's nice to
good
be here.
morning. How are you
Good
doing?
morning. I'm
I'm
fine, thank you.
so excited. Are you excited to be here?
Yes, I am very excited. It's a
Okay.
lovely Saturday morning, bright outside, so I'm excited to
Yeah.
be here. Hmm.
Yeah, we are already on fire, and I know you're about to take us to a higher level. So I'm
Hmm.
really super, 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 super stoked about what's coming up. Ms. Amakazie is someone that really inspires a lot of us. Me, Stanley. I think if Stanley cannot even talk about writing without mentioning her name, me neither. Because when we started, Ms. Amaka was like one of the people that we were looking up to. Like, hey, this lady has made it. She's got she had gained that popularity, especially in the Nigerian market and also in the international market. So, I mean, like, I'm really, really grateful that you're here today with us to share. Okay, so I'm going to leave the studio now and then just allow you to do your thing. You'll just give a little bit of time towards the end for some questions, but I'm going to leave you now. I hope that's
Put a
cool.
timer on, yeah. Okay.
Okay, all right. So you have the
So,
stage.
so hi guys, thank you for having me. I'm so glad to be here on a Saturday morning. It's like nice and sunny outside, so I'll take a walk later today. So I'm here. I'm Akaze. I write fiction, romance fiction set in tropical Africa. So my books feature characters, African male and female characters falling in love and navigating relationships together. I'm here to talk about character development in fiction writing, and it's a very important part. It's a very important topic for me, and I was very glad to be given this topic because it's something I'm very, very passionate about. And I always make sure I tell new writers that don't just write a story focused only on the plot. You want people to also remember the characters long after they have read your story. So the first thing I want to say about character development is whenever I want to ask a question, whenever you enjoy a movie or enjoy a novel, what are the things that make you remember the movie or the novel? What are the things that you look back on and say, wow, this was a lovely movie, this was a lovely novel? And just leave that question and answer it to yourself. Answer it yourself later. My answer is a good plot and a character that I can identify with. And that's why I'm so passionate about character development. If I read a novel, the first three chapters, and I can't identify with any character, so there's no character that wants me to get to read more to know about this person. There's no character that gives me strong emotions, whether anxiety, whether love, whether despair. There's no character that I'm just sort of connecting with emotionally. I tend to find out I don't really enjoy that novel, and I may just not finish that novel. So what hooks me in the first few chapters is a character that I can say, "Oh, this is a sassy, interesting character, a funny character, a very mean character. I hope something bad happens to him, or very interesting character, or a nice character that I like." And so character development is very important. Um, in this talk, I'm going to first of all talk about unidimensional characters and multidimensional characters. Unidimensional characters are characters that really have they're one trick ponies. They have one train of thought. They usually don't have more to themselves, no backstory, no backbone. They're predictable, always predictable. There is nothing about them that makes you want to, there's no depth to them. They don't have any depth. So they're usually characters that are flat. A very nice person throughout the book. There are no ups and downs, no variation in moods. So this person is sweet throughout the book, very lovely, always says the nicest things, always kind, hugging people. And then you have the mean ones who are mean throughout the book. So, or throughout the story, throughout the movie, they can never say anything nice, they can never do anything good. And then we have multi-dimensional characters, and these characters are characters that have depth to them. They have wavelengths of feelings and emotions. Sometimes you'll be upset with them, sometimes you hate them, and sometimes you like them. And some people actually hate them, and some people will like them. So there'll be lots of arguments about that character, what people feel about that character. So those are the multidimensional characters. I feel and I love multidimensional characters. And I live by rules when I'm writing. And one rule I have learned in writing is that there is nobody that is 100% bad, and there is no person that's 100% good. So you can't have somebody that's all good and there's nobody that's all bad. And even Jesus Christ. And people are like, how can you say Jesus? Yes, Jesus, there was a time he stormed into a church where people were trading and selling things. And he tossed them out of the church. He pushed them out of the church with much vengeance and with much annoyance. And this is the person who is always telling us, forgive, be kind, be sweet. But at that point, there was a second character, a passion for the church that made him act out of the typical character that he usually portrays and asks us to be like. So there is nobody that is 100% bad, and there's nobody that is 100% good. And I'll explain that. Even think of the worst person. So I'm going to say Hitler. Okay, so to me, he's the worst person. He hated people for no reason whatsoever and wanted to destroy a whole group of people. Hitler had a wife, and his wife probably thought the world shines out of his bum. He had children who probably hugged him and who probably loved him, who probably thought the world revolved around him. He probably had a dog who would come around him, waggle his tail, and hug him and bark in joy. And so those people saw a human side of Hitler, which the whole world did not see. And that shows that there are, no matter how horrible a person is, that serial murderer, that evil person who bombs trains and bombs random places, has a mother who thinks the world of him, has a daughter or a son, has friends who would say, I can't believe he did that. He's so nice. He used to walk my dog for me. Or he was the one that was in my house when I traveled overseas, and he didn't even steal anything. He didn't take a thing. He was so nice to me. How did he do it? And remember Ted Bundy, that serial killer. His mother had no clue. She couldn't believe it. She was like, I can't believe this. This is my son. He was so nice. But he was a serial killer who killed loads of people and did so many horrible things. So there's nobody that is all good, nobody that is all bad. And that's why when you're writing, you're creating your story, you have to think about the characters that will flesh out your plot. Make sure that you give those characters a wavelength of, let them go through highs and lows that make people understand their humanity. So even this character that is lovely, make sure there are times when somebody will be like, why did you do that? Why would she make this decision? So another thing I'm going to say in trying to give you a background of this talk is I asked myself, which character has resonated within me? Which character can I never forget? And I have two characters like that. Number one, Jack Bauer from 24. If you've ever watched 24, it's a series on TV. It's about counter-terrorist units that tries to stop terrorism within 24 hours. Jack Bauer is a character that I can never forget. I've watched that show like 24 times. Okay, let me say, I've watched it about 8 times, and still every time I keep finding out a new aspect of Jack Bauer that is quite intriguing. He's a very sort of snappy person. He likes to get things done his own way. He has murdered people because he had to, and then he'll cry straight after doing it. He's the kind of person that doesn't follow the rules, but there are times when he follows the rules. His character he was written in an absolutely lovely way that long after, I can imagine what Jack Bauer would think. I can imagine what Jack Bauer would say. I can imagine his type of humor because his character stuck with me. Another character that I remember very, I cannot forget easily, is Bridget Jones. And Bridget Jones, from Bridget Jones' Diary, I think it's a trilogy. She's one character that is quite funny, very awkward. She's pretty, but not in the most classic way. She makes mistakes and she gets it right sometimes. And she is a character that was well-rounded, because you see all the sides of Bridget Jones and you want to identify with who Bridget Jones is. And you want to know the good, the bad, and you want to flow with Bridget Jones. So when I begin a story, how do I make sure my characters are not unidimensional, have all sides of them, like Bridget Jones, like Jack Bauer, and you must have other characters that resonate within you. I don't want to make them all bad. I don't want to make them all good. There has to be different point of views of that character. So how do I do that? How do I create such characters? And how I usually, when I'm writing a story, after getting I am not a pantster, I'm a plotter. I have to go to I have a diary, and this is my diary. I write the plot, then I flesh out each character, the main characters, and then the secondary characters. I flesh them out, how they relate to the story. I write all the different aspects of them, their background, their storyline, before I begin to write, before the plot, and how it blends into the plot before I start to write at all. So I never just go to my computer and start writing. I understand there are people who do that and it works for them, and kudos to you if it works for you. It will never work for me. I have to plot to get a good story. But I have to start talking about things, how I outline my character. And I took this sort of I took this from Scrivener. It's a form of guide that I use when I am fleshing out characters. I have to find out the name of the character. So the first thing I think about is what the name of the character is. And believe you me, you might think the name of the character is not important, but it's very important. So the name will identify what type of character it is. So if you're writing about a Femi, you're writing a Yoruba boy, so you're going to think about how Femis are perceived, whether you want to go with the usual Femis or whether you want to take a different route. Because I remember one of my characters was Femi, and I wanted to make sure he was not the typical Femi, the Yoruba demon who is a womanizer. I wanted to make sure he was the opposite of what that Femi is. So if you think about a name, you have to think about, is it going to be an Igbo person, a Yoruba person, a Hausa person, an English person, an American? And you have to think about the name. How old will this character be? So the age will make a difference, because if you're writing about a 35-year-old person, he's not going to be acting like a teenager. He's not going to be making decisions like a teenager. He's going to be thinking like a 35-year-old person. So if you're writing young adults and you're writing about a 21-year-old or a 19-year-old, you're not going to make him or her a business mogul. He's not going to be a rich, wealthy mogul, because he's just 19 years old, unless his mother or father has money, or he's one of those lucky few people who made money at such a young age. So you're going to think about all these things when fleshing out characters. What job do they do? What occupation? You might think it's not important, but the occupation is very important, because a lawyer is not going to act like a doctor is not going to act like a fireman, an accountant is going to be different from a stripper. So what do they do? So it's very important to think about all this when you're fleshing out your character. What is that character's role in the story? Is it a main character? Is he a supporting character? What is that character's role? So you have to think about the role in the story. If it's the main character, what is it? The main love interest of the main character? Is it the father? Is it the mother? Is that how is it going to flow with the plot? So when you're fleshing out the characters, this is what you're thinking to make the character multidimensional. How does the character look? You have to think about that. Is he a tall person? Is he a short person? I wrote Christmas at the Villa, and I wanted to write about a dark-skinned girl who has self-image issues, because of the colorism that we have in African culture. I mean, with the black skin, the black people were one of the few races that have different shades of black. You could be light-skinned, you could be brown, you could be very dark, and she's very dark. She was very dark in the story, and I wanted to flesh that out. So her physical description mattered a lot. So I had to put things like she's dark as midnight. Her skin was black like a coal tar. I had to put all that in. Her hair was glossy and black. Her eyes were startling brown compared to her dark complexion. Her teeth dazzling white, a contrast to her very dark complexion. So you have to think about it. Are they going to have natural hair? Would they wear wigs? Would they have braids? Would they have dreadlocks? Because all these different things show how you're going to, there's going to be some form of blending of that physical attribute to the person's character. For example, in one of my books, Love at First Sound, Yomi is an architect with dreadlocks. He's mixed race, so his appearance made some form of appearance in the story, because he's mixed race and he had to talk about being black and white, being accepted by the black community and the white community, having his cultural heritage sort of questioned, because he's half Nigerian, half English, and he had dreadlocks. And he's an architect in a business professional world, and we all know how these people with dreadlocks are treated in professional worlds. Of course, many of them have been told time again to cut their hair. So if you write a character with dreadlocks and he's not a musician, or he's not in an occupation where it's generally accepted, you have to talk about it, because you can't just gloss it over. You see where multi-dimensional characters come in. You have to find out what is the personality of that character? What are his habits? Is he a talkative? Is he quiet? Is he the kind of person that communicates, or the kind of person that is reserved? Is she sassy? Is she funny? Is she the kind of person who views life through rose-colored tinted glasses, or who is the kind of person who is optimistic, pessimistic? You have to think about all this when fleshing your characters, because if you don't think about all this, you're going to start writing a story, and halfway we don't even know how this person views life. We don't know how this person considers life. We don't know whether the person is optimistic, whether the person is pessimistic, whether the person is a person of faith. Does she believe God? Does she not believe God? We don't know. So we're just reading a story, and we're just reading about the person did that and said this and said that. But why? Why do they think the way they think? What shaped them to be who they are? What in their background shaped them to be who they are? I read a story about a person who was cheating on his wife They were just showing the person cheating on his wife, Because there was no background to it. Why did this person make this decision? What was the reason why? Why is this person a cheat? Why does he just hurt his wife that way? We have to know what makes this person who he is. Is it because he grew up in a home where his father used to cheat and he thought cheating was normal? Is it because he doesn't respect women? Is it because he doesn't love his wife and therefore he doesn't think that cheating on her counts as cheating because he doesn't love her? Why does he make those decisions? And that is where we need to see every aspect of a character, not just what that character is doing or saying. And what are his quirks? So I love quirks. I'm a person who likes anytime I see a character with quirks. Quirks are things, are habits or mannerisms. So I had a character who had a vein that used to sort of become quite prominent when he's angry. So it was thorns and roses. So that quirk enough, when that vein is prominent, you don't even need to say he's angry. You could see that he's already angry. I had a character that used to sort of flick his knuckles when he's nervous. And that quirk is quite important because you don't need to say anything that he's nervous. All the character needs to do is start flicking his, if you describe it so well, all the reader needs to see is that he starts sort of clicking his knuckles, and you know that he's nervous. And you see how you've done that so well. So it was in My Sister's Bestie. He's a very shy person, and when he's nervous, he starts to sort of press on his knuckles. And I managed to not write he was anxious by just doing that. So quirks can be anything. Do they blink multiple times when they're lying? Do they brush their hands over their hair? Do they hiss all the time? Do they roll their lips? What are their quirks? We all have quirks. I do. My husband does. My children do have quirks. So you can incorporate that so that you don't have to keep writing the same thing. Oh, she was angry. You could say she blinked multiple times, because you've already described to people that when she's nervous, that's what she does. So that's another thing. What are his or her internal conflicts? What do they worry about? What do they think about, and how does it relate to the plot? Because you have to know what the person's internal conflict is. So, for example, a person who does not want to get married to a poor person. So that's an internal conflict. All her life, she grew up poor, and in her aim is, I will never marry a poor man. That's an internal conflict. And so if she meets and falls in love with a poor guy, that's a conflict that she'll have to go through internally. You see what I mean? So, for example, in Thorns and Roses, Ifeoma did not want to give control of her heart to any person. She grew up in a home where her mother gave control to her father, and he abused that control. So all her life, she grew up fighting the falling in love and giving control to a man. And she used to keep saying, I am not my mother. I am a strong Black woman. I am a strong woman. And because of that conflict, it was difficult for her to relax and allow herself to be loved, allow herself to love and be loved. So internal conflicts are very important. So while you're about to write your story, you have to think about this, my character. What will be his or her internal conflict? So I'm writing a book about a person who's been unfaithful. Now, his internal conflict, his name is Babatunde, and his father was a cheat, and he's afraid that he's going to be like his father. And then the next thing, you're going to talk about external conflicts. What are the things that in the plot he now has to deal with? And finally, you have to think about the backstory. What is the backstory? What is the story behind this person? Make he or her who they are today. And therefore, when you're fleshing out your characters, don't just start writing. Think about, not everybody is all bad, not everybody is all good. So if you find out your character is displaying just a one tone of behavior, ask yourself, am I doing this right? And go back and refresh the character. And if you find out your character is not really showing why they think the way they do, why they make the decisions they make, go back and refresh your character. So I really hope I've given you an idea what character development is, and what a unidimensional character is, and what a multidimensional character is, and how to flesh your character before writing your story, how to make your character shine, to spark. And I hope that you can somewhat see where I'm coming from and think about when you've read a book, when you enjoyed it, like Ifemelue in Americana. When I enjoyed her character so much, and I know because she's multidimensional, and Chimamanda managed to make her relatable, somebody you were rooting for, even when she made bad decisions. So I'm just thank you for listening. And if you have any questions, please let me know. So I'll try to answer them as much as possible. So I can read how deep should how deep should real life aspects of the character be researched and included in the story. At times I read unrealistic possibilities of happening in maybe a hospital or being a doctor. It discourages. Yeah, how deep? How deep? Yeah, it should be researched as much as possible. You don't have to overdo it. And you should try to research so if a character is a doctor, for example, you should try to research at least the lifestyle of a doctor, what is acceptable as a doctor. So you can try to ask doctor friends, you can read other books about doctors, and you can ask questions. There are places where I do research. Naira Land is a place where I research a lot. Social media, I research a lot, and I ask questions on my Facebook page a lot. So yeah, you should research characters. So thank you for your question, Tatu Alvin. So how do you create character arcs? That's from Iyanu Oluwa Olorode. How do you create character arcs? By simply finding out the internal and external conflicts of the character. What are the internal conflicts and what are the external conflicts? And it makes you make a character that is not just following the plot of the story. So if that character is supposed to be a nice person throughout the story, if they have internal conflicts, it will bring out an aspect of that character that is not so nice. Because if her internal conflict is, I will never be poor in this life, and she meets a poor person, there will be some negativity because she already doesn't want to identify with that person. Or if her internal conflict is, I don't like sick people, or I don't like being around hospitals, and then a character falls sick and she has to take that person to the hospital, there will be some negativity which has to be explored. So internal conflict is a way for you to create more grounded characters, because they need to have something, and then their backstories as well. They need to have something from their background that makes them think the way they are, because we all do. How useful are writing? So Tatu Alvirin, how useful are writing software with character creation? I use Scrivener, so I don't know any other software. I use Scrivener, and that's what I use for my fleshing out my characters. There are other online character development sites. There is one that I bought on Amazon, on iTunes, for fleshing out occupations. So that's where I look for occupations that are exciting. I got a teacher there, and I looked at how teachers behave. So yeah, writing softwares, I recommend them. They're quite good. I use Scrivener, but you have to pay for it, and not everybody wants to pay for things. You can use Microsoft Word. Do you write the characteristics from the onset, or develop them as the story unfolds? So I do a bit of two. I have to write the outline of my character. So I write the name of the character, the age of the character, the occupation. I follow that outline. I write the internal conflicts, the personality, the quirks. And then as the story unfolds, if I find out that it's not really flowing, I'm not really happy with this particular quirk, I might switch it up a bit, but I always have to write it at the outset, on the onset first. I never ever just go in to my computer and start writing. I know there are authors that do that, and kudos to you, because I find it very impressive that you can just go in front of your computer and start writing a story and it falls into line. I don't have that talent at all. I have to flesh out the story before I start, and that includes the characteristics, whether they are tall, they are short. Sometimes I even go to Pinterest. I check different pictures of characters. I go to social media. If I get inspired by a picture, I want my character to look like them, I just develop the character based on that physical attribute. Yeah. So.
Okay. So that's the last question that we can take for today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. If you enjoyed her session, just drop the fire emoji for her in the comment section. I learned a lot. When she talked about define your character's quirks, I really love, when I'm able to identify with the character, because in the end, what actually resonates with readers and people that watch movies are the characters. I mean, if you ask me to recite the narrative or the POV of maybe the Avengers movie, I can't. But if you ask me about each of the characters, I can tell you something about the characters because I love the characters. I'm following the characters, and that's what matters to me, not necessarily the story itself or even anything. So what resonates with us is the character, not necessarily the story. So it's really, really important, character development. So Amaka, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for listening.
So much. I really
Thank
enjoyed
you.
your session, especially with the
you.
examples of Jack Bauer and Bridget Jones. I love Bridget Jones. So when you just mentioned her name, I was smiling.
I love
I was
her
smiling because I really love her. Though the third book was awful for me, though.
Yeah,
but
I didn't like the third one. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
From point A to point Z and all of that. So there's a lot of fire
Yeah.
emoji going on for you. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It was so nice. Thank you. Thank you.
So, guys, we'll be moving on to the next speaker, and you all know him. Let me assume that you all know him, and of course, I'm talking about Mr. Stanley, who has mentored quite a lot of writers, and I'm really excited for his session. But before we, bring Stanley up, let's just learn a little bit about Stanley and see. Hello, Stanley. Hi, welcome. Welcome for your session. We've been having a really, really awesome time today, and I know that you're going to take us to another level. I'm very sure. So, before I give you the stage, let me just say a little bit about Stanley. Stanley is a stand up guy. I'm trying to be poetic. Stanley is a stand up guy. He is a creative writing coach par excellence. He's also a publisher, a co founder of Ifadigo Publishing. They are really doing awesome work. I love how they have simplified publishing for Nigerians, for Africans, and how they are making sure that they are building a very, very awesome brand. So that's great. He's also the founder of Prolific Fiction Writers Group on Facebook. And that is a group of I think about 11,000 people by now. 11,000 writers, and he's been doing really, really excellent work. And of course, he has some bestsellers out there in the market. So, Stanley is going to be talking to us about book marketing techniques for fiction writers. And please, if you've not been paying attention, pay attention now, because after writing, you have to sell. After writing, you have to sell, you have to make money, you have to get rid of the mentality that writers don't make money. Writers make money, but you need to know what to do to make money. So Stanley is going to be talking to us about book marketing techniques, and I'm going to leave the stage for him. So Stanley, you have the stage now.
Thank you so much, Glory. I'm so glad to be here. Please share this link to use it to invite all your friends so they will join us. Fiction writers are always complaining and they're always asking me, can I sell my book? Can I sell my book? Do readers read? Yes, readers read. But the same mindset you use in writing your story is not the same mindset you are going to use to sell your works. Okay, so today we are talking about book marketing strategies for fiction writers, and I'm going to show you the strategies that I have used and even the strategies that we use for our authors at the Ifadigo Publishing Company that help them to sell their books. Okay, I'm going to give you 10 book marketing strategies that will help you to sell your books. And one of the best things about this is that as you sell your book, you're also building your brand. You are connecting with more readers and you are earning massive income. Now, there's a kind of mindset I want you to use as you take notes, invite your friends, and as you watch and listen to what I have to say today. I want you to think of yourself as a businessman, as a businesswoman, and that is the challenge that most authors are facing. They think, oh, all I have to do is to write my book, and then the publisher will publish it for me, or readers will just come and buy. Your book is a product. What I want you to know is your book is a product, and you don't just go and produce a product and just leave it there. How will those in the market, how will those that need your product know what you are offering? You have to make people know. So that is why today the best marketed product is the one that sells. It may not be the best product that sells. It may not be the best book that sells, but the best known product, the best marketing product. And how do you build massive anticipation for your book? How do you promote your book? How do you promote and sell your book in today's digital age? Let me give you amazing strategies that you will use to promote and sell your books. Number one is write a great book. Write a great book. No form of marketing will help to sell a badly written book. So writing a great book means that you should write a quality content, and after writing that quality content, your work should be well edited by a professional editor. Your work should be well edited by a professional editor, and then look at the packaging. If people want to buy products online, if people want to buy products offline, what are they looking at? They are looking at the quality of the product. They don't want to buy, no one wants to buy a substandard product. You don't want to buy a substandard product. Okay? So make sure that the packaging is amazing. What do I mean? The title should be captivating. In today's age, attention span is reducing. And so you need to write a book that stands out, a book that anyone that reads, look at the title, the target audience will know, oh, this book is for me, and they will want to go and buy your book. The title should be captivating. The book blog should be captivating as well. What I mean, what is the book blog? The book description about the book. So people go online, they want to know what the book is all about. And then it's a 10 seconds, so you have 30 seconds to captivate the attention, capture the attention and seduce them, and show them, okay, they need this book, they need your book. Okay, and then the book cover should be captivating. The book cover should stand out. Many years ago, many African writers, they don't really care about book cover, so they bring out anything. They draw animals, they draw lines, and so many things. But today a lot of things have changed. Your book cover should be captivating. Your book cover should stand out, and it should capture the genre. It should capture the book. Okay, you shouldn't give the story away. It should be seductive. So write a great book. That's the first thing you need to do. Write a great book. That's the most important thing you need to do. After writing a great book, the second strategy is know your readers and build massive anticipation for your book. Build massive anticipation. Here are two things that you need to build massive anticipation for your book. You need an amazing content creation strategy that you use to promote your book on social media. And you need a book marketing plan. You need a book marketing plan. You cannot promote your book if you don't have a marketing plan. The authors you admire that promote and sell their books, they work with a book marketing plan. So you need a book marketing plan. You need an amazing content creation strategy that will show you, okay, what are you going to talk about? Okay, probably there are days you have to post reviews. There are days you have to post snippets and teasers of your book, okay, of your upcoming book. There are so many strategies you have to use. The previous speaker, Amaka Azeh, she does this. She shows you teasers. When you read the teasers of our upcoming book, you want to buy the book. You want to pre-order the book. But then somebody wants to pre-order your book, and they can't because there's no pre-order. Your book is not on pre-order. You don't even know what pre-order is. Well, I'm going to talk about that as well. So massive content creation strategy. Okay, to build anticipation, you have to create demand. Many people don't know what your book is all about. So the worst mistake that most authors are making, the worst mistake that most writers are making, especially African writers, is that they just come and announce that their book is published without showing prior notice, without notifying the reader, without even building prior anticipation. How do you do that? Why will you do that? No one will know, people will be surprised, and so you will get congratulations, but congratulations is not money in the bank. Congratulations will not translate to money in the bank. Congratulations will not translate to the money you've spent in publishing your work. Okay, so you need to build massive anticipation. People need to know you have a book coming out. They need to know what the book is all about. You need to seduce them. You need to capture their attention. In today's fast-changing world, where attention is the prize. Okay, people need to know that your book is interesting. They can't wait to buy a book. So you need to, and the whole content creation strategy will be part of your marketing plan, book marketing plan, and all of these things will go hand in hand to promoting your book, so that the day you release your book, so many people will love to buy. Even before you release your book, people must have pre-ordered your book. People must have started buying your book. And even after you release your book, you will still be talking about your book. That people will keep reading your book and reading your book. And as you are doing this, you are building your brand, and more people want to connect with you. They want to read your book because your book is amazing. Your book is amazing. So Do people read books? Do readers read books? Yes, even now more than ever before. Why? They read books that are well, they know about. They read books that are promoted, the authors are talking about. If you wrote a book, and it's only your family members and your friends that know that you wrote a book, well, the truth is that you may not be able to sell your book. So you need to talk about your book. Talk about your book. Come out of your shell, open your mouth and talk about your book. Promote your book. And that is how you'll be able to sell your book. The third strategy is to use the pre-order strategy. Use the pre-order strategy. What is the pre-order strategy? Okay, you're about to publish your book. Everything is set. Your book is ready for publication. Now start pre-order. Start promoting your book and put your book on pre-order. Amazon and so many digital publishing platforms have a place where they have that pre-order facility where you set your book up for pre-order. Why is pre-order strategy important? Why is it important? As you want to sell your book, as you are preparing to sell your book, many people will want to buy your book, but your book is not out yet. And so you tell them that your book is available for pre-order, because anytime a customer wants to buy a product, give the customer what they need to get your product immediately, to pay your product immediately. Don't just say my book is coming out. When your book comes out, they may have spent the money or they may no longer be interested. So let them pre-order. Most of the authors that I adore, someone like Harlan Coben, once he even start writing a book, he'll bring out the cover and put the book on pre-order a year before the book is published. So people are pre-ordering the book, and he keeps building massive anticipation. Even in movies, Red Notice, before it was released, Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, was promoting Red Notice, building massive anticipation, using so many strategies to build anticipation before the movie Red Notice was released on Netflix. And when it was released, so many people watched it, and it hit amazing records. So the other strategy is what we allow readers to order your book even before it is published. So they are pre-ordering your book. They pay for your book, but then they get to read your book. They get the copy of your book on the book release. And so people are reading your book, and the beautiful thing about it is that as they buy and read your book, they drop reviews, and those reviews are early reviews. You use them to push your book. When people see, because in today's world, reviews are powerful. Okay, in fact, many people say that they are more likely to buy a product when they see a review, a good review about that product. So when people see early reviews like this, and see, where people are saying, this book is amazing, this book is interesting, this book is beautiful, I really enjoy this book. Others are going to want to also pre-order your book, because they've seen, where people are talking about your book. Okay, look at all these books that are trending, look at all these amazing books. And even my own book that was published last year, so many people talk about these books, and you want to go and buy. And that is what motivates you to buy. Today, many people go to Goodreads just to read reviews before they buy books. Okay, so use the pre-order strategy. Where can you set it up? You can set it up on Amazon, you can set it up on Seller, you can set it up in different digital publishing platforms. You can even do the manual pre-order. If you don't have a printer, you can set it up. You can bring out your account details and tell them to pay you, and then they'll get a copy of your book on the book release day. And that is amazing. The fourth one is that you should create a launch team. You should create a launch team. These are the people that help you to promote this book. You do it in anything that you want to do. For example, for this program, we have to create a team that helped us to promote this program. You are just one person, but you want your book to reach a wider audience. What you do? Create a launch team. That launch team will help to promote your book to their audience, so your book will get to reach a wider audience. A launch team is amazing. When I published my book, Dominate, a book on social media, last year, I created a launch team. What I did was to create a WhatsApp group, and I told them what they will be posting on social media every day. Sometimes they will post a snippet of the book. Sometimes they will post an early review of the book. Sometimes they will post why I wrote the book. Create a launch team, and the launch team will help to promote your book. They will help to share details about your book to their audience, and they will help you to reach a wider audience. Create a launch team. You can even set up an affiliate system for your launch team, where you tell them, okay, if you buy this book, or if you help me to sell this book, you get this percentage. You get 40% of the book sales, or you get 60% of the book sales. And that affiliate marketing system will even make members of your launch team to be more active, to make a lot of money for themselves. And as they make more money for themselves, they are helping you to earn massive income. So create a launch team. That is why I said, if you really want to promote your book, you need to think like a businessman. You need to think like a businesswoman. These strategies are not different from the strategies that are used to promote any kind of product. Your book is a product. People want your product. Your book can transform lives. Your book can save lives. Okay, people read books for all kinds of business, and people will never stop reading books. So promote your book like a product. Create a launch team that will help you to push your book to a wider audience. Okay, if you're able to reach 10,000 people, 20,000 people, and 10% of them buy your book, do you know how much money you make? If you're able to reach 100,000 people, 200,000 people, 1 million people, and just 1% of them buy a book, do you know? So create a launch team. You can set up a WhatsApp group or Telegram group, or it may even be your followers, people that have benefited from you. They will help you to promote your book. The Bible says, ask and you shall receive. The reason why you've not received is because you've not asked. Is it possible? It is possible. Ask. Just ask people, to join you and help you to promote your book. You'll be surprised. So many people will come forward. They are ready to help you. And in fact, if you now create an affiliate system and say, okay, if you help me to promote this book, here's what you will gain. Here's what you will gain. Why not? You will gain amazing. You will earn amazing income. The next one is connect with authors in your niche. Connect with book influencers in your niche. Connect with book bloggers in your niche. Okay, so as an author, you need to come out of your shell. If you really want to succeed, you need to connect with people. Your money is in people's pocket. If you want people to buy your book, then you need to connect with people in your industry. Okay, connect with them, promote them, and they will promote you. Support people in your niche, and they will support you. If you write romance, for example, connect with romance authors. Go to Instagram. If you're a Nigerian author, for example, you just type hashtag Nigerian authors or hashtag Nigerian authors on Instagram, and you will see a lot of these authors. If you start following them, look at the way they create their content. If they publish a book, support them, repost, and that is how you start connecting. Read their books and drop a review. One of the ways I connected with Amaka Zay, I read her book and The Governor's Wife. So interesting. I dropped a review of the book. Buy their book, review the book, and support them in everything that they are doing. They will support you as well. Connect with others. Sometimes you can even suggest with an author that please let us talk about our books on Instagram. Let's go live on Instagram and talk about our books. Author interviews are amazing. Both of you will get to tap into each other's fans, each other's readers, each other's audience. I do this all the time. Glory does this all the time. Okay, you do an author interview. Both of you will go live and talk about your books. You've read both your books, and your readers will start following the other person, and the other person's readers will start following the other. This is amazing because collaboration is the key. Collaboration is the key in today's world. Okay, collaboration is the key. So what are you waiting for? Do author interviews. Reach out to book bloggers. Let them do author interviews for you and post on their blogs. And what will it do? It will help you to reach out to their own audience. Their audience will read your interview and they will want to buy your book. Connect with authors on Instagram. Connect with authors on Facebook. Connect with authors on TikTok. Okay, the reason why this program is going on is because we've been, this is the power of, this is collaboration at work. This is the power of collaboration. This is how it should be done. We are showing you this, telling you, okay, this is how we are doing it. These are authors, African fiction authors coming together. Those who are successful in this niche, coming together to share the knowledge with you. And why are we doing this? Why do we know each other? Because we reach out to each other. We connected to each other, and now we are sharing this massive value with you. So connect with people in your niche. Join writing communities. Be active. Join writing communities. Be active. And when you have a book that you want to publish and you are promoting it, all of these things will help you to reach out to a wider audience. Now, use teasers. The next point, which is the sixth point, is use teasers and early reviews to your advantage. Why are they important? In digital marketing, 95% of the people that research was carried that 95% of people say that they are more likely to buy a product, a digital product, when they read a favorable review about that product. In fact, many people will not buy a product if they have not seen any favorable review about that product. So reviews are powerful. And how do I know? In my books, I use them to promote my book. In fact, early reviews. When I was pushing the last book I published, I was putting a lot of reviews. What praise for this book, praise for night, praise for Ties and Bind. That was Ties That Bind, a crime fiction novel set in Nigeria. I was posting reviews about it. People read it, and they loved the book. And this was even before the book was published. We give out the book to ARC readers. These are people that will read your work and give you feedback. And they will also write a review that you use to push your book even before it is released. Okay? And people were reading that review and they were pre-ordering the book. They were, asking me, where can I pre-order the book? Where can I pre-order? And this is why you need to make sure that your book is available on all platforms where readers from outside Africa can get it, and where readers in Africa can also get it. Some people, they just publish their book on Amazon, and African readers cannot be able to access it. Others publish their books on Okala Books and on African platforms, and international readers cannot get it. Make sure your book is available on all platforms, that readers across the world can get your book, and then use early reviews to your advantage. People are going to check out your book. People will want to buy a book. Well, if it is available on pre-order, they will buy it. If your book has been published, even when your book has been published, you can also use reviews to push your book. People will buy it. People want good products. People want to read good books. There are people who are searching for amazing books written by African authors. There are people who are searching for amazing books written by authors all over the world. They read a lot of books. I read a lot of books as well. And so if your book is available, and if they see favorable reviews about your book, they're more likely to buy a book. Also set up a Goodreads account. Goodreads is a social media network for readers. And so people go to Goodreads to search for books and read reviews. In fact, most of the books that I buy, I read reviews on Goodreads. If I see more amazing reviews about that book, I'm more likely to buy that book. So set up a Goodreads account, and people can be dropping their reviews, posting their reviews, or about your book on Goodreads. And this will help to push anticipation for your book. So early reviews and teasers are amazing. And teasers are snippets from your book. Okay, you want to give, it's like a suya man. You want to buy suya from someone who is selling suya. They give you a teaser. They give you just a small part of it. You eat the suya and you are excited because it's so sweet. The suya is so sweet, and you then bring out your money and buy the suya. So the teaser is amazing. Bring out the teaser. People, okay, you're talking about your book. You're talking about your book. Can we even get a teaser? Can we get a snippet of your book? Maybe from the first chapter of just something nice. A part of the book, very interesting, that will captivate the attention of the audience. And when people read it and they say, wow, I can't wait to read the rest of the book. And how can they read the rest of the book? They'll go and buy or pre-order, as the case may be. So use teasers and early reviews to your advantage. Now, the next point is the second point. I advise authors and writers to join the local writing communities, where they live. Okay, where you live, everything is not just online. Join the local writing communities where you live. Okay, I stay in Awka, the capital of Anambra State in Nigeria. So I joined Young Writers Association of Nigeria, Society of Young Writers Association of Nigeria. They normally have meetings where they do book readings. So the location is in the library, Anambra State Library, and I joined them. And that was how I connected with them. And I participated in the activities. So join local writing communities. Okay, in Abuja, I know there's also a writers of Abuja. There's a writing community in Abuja that meet in Transcorp Hilton. I know the one in Port Harcourt. I know the one in Ogun State. I know the one in Ibadan. So join local writing communities. Okay, connect with other writers. Sometimes when you want to publish a book, they will even do a book launch for you. They will do a book launch for you. If you don't have a local writing community where you live, then connect with your local church. One of the authors that we published his book last week, I told him, here's what you do. You wrote a book about youths, because you wrote a book about how young people can achieve their purpose in life. I told him what you're going to do is simple. Go to your church, go to your local church, meet your pastor, tell him that you want to talk to youths, you want to talk to young people, that this church has really helped you to become the person you are today. The morals and strong values you've gotten from this church has helped you. And look at where you are today. You have written a book. You've published a book. The pastor will be happy. And you tell the pastor, I want to talk to young people of this church. Probably a program or, a place, a time where I can talk to the young people, the youths of this church. And the pastor will give you the opportunity to talk to young people in the church. And then you talk to young people, and where you talk about one of the things you discussed in your book. Probably you talk to them about how to achieve their purpose, if that is what your book is all about. And you talk to them, and when you talk to them, you even tell them that you've written a book on this topic. And then as you're talking to them, you're selling your book. Someone will come, and the person will be outside selling your book. This is how to sell your book in physical events. So don't be afraid of organizing physical events, or taking advantage of the things that are around you to sell your books, your physical books. You can go to your school. What I did when I published my first book in 2013 was that I was a third-year student of University of Nigeria. So I went to my alma mater, my secondary school in Onitsha, and I met the principal of the school, and I told him, I was a student of this school. In fact, it was in this school that I imbibed the value of reading and writing. and the discipline and consistency that I have today, all these amazing values that I have today, I got it from this school. And all of these things helped me to get to the university and to write and publish my book. And the principal was so amazing. And then I told him I would like to, talk to the students about my book. I would like to say, please, if you give me the opportunity, I would like to talk to them. And those who want to buy my book probably will buy. I want to take your permission to say my book in your school. And the principal gave me the opportunity to do that. And I sold almost all the copies I came with in that school. And then I was going to other schools as well. But the thing is that you must not really come to say you want to sell your book. You can say you want to talk to people, to the students. Yes, tell them you want to talk to students. That is why I also advise writers to become public speakers. The two most important skills you must have in today's world is the skill of public speaking and the skill of writing. If you've mastered the skill of writing, then you should go and learn public speaking. Most of the authors you admire today, like Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie and others, you may have heard them speak before you read their book. People probably may have watched a video of Chimamanda speaking, or I know that I watched a video of Ben Tracy speaking before I bought his book, and you were inspired. It touched you. You want to be like this person. You want to be on this path. You want to be successful on in this particular path, and that person inspired you, and then you now started searching for their book and you bought their book. So public speaking is amazing because it will help you to reach to a wider audience, and it will help you to speak about your things, the things you discuss in your book, and speak on any topic with clarity and confidence. Okay, I used to be afraid of public speaking, but now I'm talking to you and I'm sharing my knowledge with you. If I can't speak confidently, I will not be able to do this. So go to your school, tell them you want to speak to the students, and then you can now talk about one of the teams, because I know authors all right, use the opportunity to talk to the students. Use the opportunity to talk to the students, and that will really be amazing. All right, now the 8th point is adopt a great video marketing strategy. Video marketing is the key. In fact, video is now is a fast rising content marketing format on social media. Many social media platforms are prioritizing on video marketing. In fact, Instagram CEO recently said that they are no longer a photo sharing app. They are no longer a photo sharing app. That people on Instagram, they want entertainment. So most of the content that people love more, connect with more on Instagram, on TikTok, on Facebook, these are video content. Instagram Reels, and not just that. Now Facebook have Facebook Reels, short form video. Okay, so I want authors, I want writers to adopt video marketing as a way to build their brand and even market themselves and market their books. Okay, yes, you've written an amazing book, you've written your book, but then go out there and talk about your book. I remember when I was watching the live section of Nora Roberts. Nora Roberts. If you know Nora Roberts, please let me know in the comment section. Nora Roberts, she's the queen of romance. Okay, she has published over 200 novels, romance novels. Okay, Nora Roberts, they wanted her on the live session, and her assistant said that she doesn't really like, coming out. She doesn't like live session. And the leader said, no, we want to connect with her. We want to connect with our author. Readers want to connect with you. They want to see you talk about your book. So, and Nora Roberts came out, and a lot of fire emojis. They were so excited. She came on live, and even for me that was watching, it was really amazing. So video content creation should be, start doing that. Start doing it. Okay, go live on Facebook and talk about your book. Do a book reading on Instagram. You see Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie doing it. Probably you've seen her, you've watched her doing it. There was a time she read half of Yunus on Instagram. She was doing video video reading sections, book reading sections on Instagram. So you can read a section of your book. Okay, you can even be doing that like maybe once a week, or you can do that sometimes. You can do author interview on Instagram, go live on Instagram with an author and talk about your book. Okay, you can post 30-second videos on your WhatsApp status, or your Facebook stories, or your Instagram stories. Okay, use video content. Go to TikTok and see the successful authors on TikTok. They are creating videos. Of course, you can't even create any content on TikTok if it is not video. Short form video content. That is what is running right now on in content creation. and in digital marketing, if you want to promote any product at all, if you want to promote any product and you want your product to go viral, you want more people to get access to your product, then use video marketing. Video marketing is amazing. Yes, I know you are shy. I was shy. I used to be shy, but then if you want to reach a high number of people, start, doing it small. You can start easy. You can start recording. You may not show your face, but you can start talking about different aspects of your book, the character, and all of that. When you are confident enough, you can start showing your face. So that you're creating a video does not mean that you must show your face. No, you can start by, just creating videos where you don't show your face, where you talk about different aspects of your book, about your writing, your journey, and so on. And then when you are confident enough, you can start showing your face. All right. So, and the next one is use a list. The ninth point, use a list. Okay. So, in fact, there are authors, American authors, UK authors, successful authors that only whenever they publish a book, they only talk about that. They only use email marketing for their book. They have an email list. They use email marketing. I know an author that have over 1 million readers on their email marketing list. Their email list is powerful. But I know that most African writers, because for you to have an email list, you need to have a website, and then you build that, and then you'll be able to have an email list. But if you don't have an email list, the thing is, in today's world, you must have a list, especially if you want to market your product online. You must have a list. So create a list. If it is not an email list, then let it be a WhatsApp list. Let it be a WhatsApp list. I use a WhatsApp list. So how many people have been your WhatsApp status? WhatsApp. I know that Africans, they open WhatsApp status more than they open emails in this part of the world. And those outside Africa, they open emails more than open WhatsApp status. So what does your audience want? What do they want? What does your audience want? What do they prefer? Give the market what it needs. So create a list. And these are people that will follow your content. And don't be, put variable content. Put variable content, on your list, share if you're using email, then share variable content, to people that are following your email, people that are on your email list. If you're using WhatsApp, then share variable content on your WhatsApp status. It is powerful. I can tell you it is powerful. I've not just been able to sell books using WhatsApp list, or even build a fast rising Facebook community using WhatsApp list. We've also been able to even promote our business by the publishing company using WhatsApp list. So WhatsApp is amazing, and there are so many features that are coming up, right now on WhatsApp. You can, if it is WhatsApp you like, you can use WhatsApp. You can use Telegram. You can use email. Anyone, make sure you have a list. Make sure you have a list. It is very, very important. Make sure you have a list. Now, the next one is use a webinar. Use a webinar. You've written a book, or you want to publish a book, and that book explores an important theme, probably sexual exploitation, or is a theme for young people, personal development for young people. What is a webinar? A webinar is a training an online training. Okay, so you can now tell people, okay, you want to share massive value, because people are buying your product for their own reasons, not for your own reasons. People want to get massive return for their money. People want to get massive value, okay, when they bring out their money. So in that program, you will not teach one of the things you taught in your book. One of the things you explored in your book, you will teach one of the things you explored in your book. And then you put that program or that webinar, that online webinar, people will have to pay for it. People will have to pay for it. So there are two things you can do. People will pay for it, and then you tell them, okay, if you participate in this webinar, you are going to get a bonus. The bonus you will get is you will get access to my book. So they will participate in the webinar, and then they get access to your book. Or you make the webinar free, and then as they participate in that webinar and they see your competence, you share amazing value. Towards the end of that webinar, you now promote your book. So those who have gotten amazing value will now buy your book. Why is webinar important? Why is it a good strategy for book marketing? Because in sales, don't talk about price when you've not shown value. Even on social media, don't just come on social media and start selling your product, because social media is not made for that. Social media is created in such a way that you connect with people, you build relationship first, connect with people, show value in your niche, give them massive value before you now sell your product. Now, if you want to sell a product, talk about the value of that product before you mention price. So many people, they just come and announce that they have a book, that they have published a book, without even giving value first, without showing people what the book is all about and all of that. But webinar will allow you to talk about one of the things you discuss in your book, share massive value before you now talk about your product, your book, and then people are ready to buy. I know people that does this. Brandon Sanderson does it, and he has an active, massive followership on YouTube and across social media. So use a webinar. Use a webinar. But the most important thing I want to tell you is you need to know your readers. You need to know your readers. You need to know exactly what you are writing. What is your genre? If you are writing romance, then the readers should be people that read romance novels. If you're writing crime fiction, the readers should be people that read crime fiction. Okay, and make sure you stay connected. You know the trend in the industry. Okay, you know what is going on in the industry. Always observe successful authors and find out what they are doing right. Okay, learn from people who are succeeding in your industry. Find out what they are doing right and learn from them. Okay, that is very, very important. So know your readers and know exactly what the market needs. Don't give the market what it don't need. Don't write a book the market don't need. If you're writing a non-fiction book, for example, you need to find out the problem that people have in that particular area. You can even go online and ask people questions. What are the problems you have in this area? And then you write a book as a solution to that problem, and people will buy. If it is a fiction book that you are writing, then make sure that it is entertaining enough. If it is a romance novel, then write it with you can even have a one reader in mind, someone that is loves reading a romance novel, and then give that ideal reader exactly what you have loved to read, the best romance novel that person you have loved to read. If it is crime fiction novel, then write with a crime fiction reader in mind that you want to really entertain this crime fiction reader. So know your reader, and then give your reader exactly what they want. That is very, very important. But then now, the most important thing is in book marketing, in any form of marketing and branding, is that you should build a thriving community of followers and loyal readers that will support you. They will support you and they'll be ready to buy your book. And how do you do this? It is a process. Marketing your book, building anything is a process. Okay, so you must don't even if you write the first book, as you are promoting that first book, start writing the second book. In fact, the best way to promote the first book that you've written is to write the second book, and just keep writing. As you are writing, you are building your brand, you're promoting your book. There will even be a time when you've written a lot of books, and as you are talking about your book, people will buy all your books at once. People will buy all your books at once. There are people that does this, people will buy all your books at once. So have it in mind that it is a process. So don't focus on the money you want to get. Don't focus on the money you want to get. You want to make impact. Okay, you want to make impact. You want to touch lives. There are reasons why you are writing a book. And most of them don't have to do with money. Just know it is a process. Okay, continue to connect with new readers. Continue to connect with new readers and use all of these strategies to promote your book, to build your brand, and you will achieve amazing success. If you have questions, you are free to ask me. If you have questions, you are free to ask me. Yeah, I'm waiting for Glory. I want to see the questions that people are asking. Okay, yes, don't talk about price if you've not shown value. Yeah. Okay, if there's no local writing community in your area, then do what I talked about. Okay, do what I talked about. What about the church, the local church in your area? Meet the local pastor in your community, in your area. Meet the local pastor. Talk to the pastor. Tell the pastor how that church has really transformed your life. And now you've written the book, you publish a book. You want to talk to the young people, or you want to talk to a particular group. Probably you explore a particular team. Maybe you want to talk to women, you want to talk to young girls, whatever your book is all about. You have an idea. You are the author of your book. You want to talk to these people in the church, this section of people. There was even a time, I'm Catholic, there was a time I wrote a book and I met the priest. I told him I want to talk to CW. These are the women group in the church, and they allowed me to talk to them during the August meeting. Wow. After talking to them, I was able to. They bought my book. They said they are buying my book for their children. Ask, and you shall receive. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It's not just about promoting your book online. Go out there. Do people know you in where you are, where you stay, that you're also an author? Be active. Check people that are successful in the society. You know that they are also active in their local communities. They are active in their church or in their communities. I know an author, one of our authors, she published a book recently, and someone from her hometown bought 20 copies for young people in her community. When I published my book, I was going from school to school selling that book. That was before I discovered social media. So go to your local church or your local school, and talk to. Don't just say you want to sell your book. That's why if you say that, they will feel like probably they may not be interested. But say you want to talk to them about a particular topic. You want to talk to them. I know someone that is in Lagos now, going to schools and talking to primary school students, secondary school. Look at what is going on in society. Authors are the moral conscience of the society. Look at what is going on. Look at the news that we are hearing in society. And probably you've written a book, to share a message, a message that will transform lives, or that will, help young people to, tread on the right path. And that gives you the opportunity to talk to a lot of people. You can go to church. If you tell your pastor about this, they will allow you to talk to young people in the church. If you go to any school and tell them about this, they will allow you to talk to schools. There's something we do called Ipadego Catch and Young Initiative, where we go to schools and talk to young people. They will always allow you. If what you are going to do is going to benefit their students, they will allow you. And then as we are even in that school, they ask us, do you have any book you want to sell? So it's when you offer massive value that people will even be asking you, do you have a book? Do you have a book? I know a priest that is here on Facebook, that is always giving amazing value. People say, Father, please write a book, we'll buy. People are even forcing him to write it. They tag me, say, he's a co-founder of a publishing company. Write a book. So if you are offering amazing value, go for all these speaking engagements, seize every opportunity to talk about your book online and offline. People will buy. People will ask you for your book, you'll buy. So make use of physical events. What advice on using a marketing firm to create awareness? Please, be the one to market your book. Readers want to connect with you, not the marketing firm. Readers want to connect with you, not the marketing firm. That is a fatal mistake you make. Even the authors you admire, check James Patterson or Harlan Coben on Facebook. He's the one that talks about his books. Okay, what a marketing firm can do is that they give you strategies you use to market your book. For example, at Ipadego, we offer marketing strategies for authors. We have paid marketing strategies that we offer to authors. But you are the one that will talk about your book. You are the one that will apply it. If you apply it, it will work for you. Readers want to see you, not the marketing firm. Readers want to connect with you, not the publisher. Okay, these people will do all of those things in the background. But then you are the one that will not talk about your book. You are the owner of the product. Nobody is going to promote your product more than you.
Yeah,
if you are afraid, yes,
I
if
know
you are afraid to say your product,
we will talk from now till 5 p.m. But our time is actually up, and our next speaker is, waiting in the studio. I mean, Mr. Stanley is very passionate. I'm sure you can see from the video. I'm sure you can see he's very passionate about writing, about marketing. I've seen the work that he's done. Ipadego has done with writers about marketing their books, and I think the only thing I can add to that is I can't even add anything, but I'll just say that come out of your shell, because I feel like a lot of fiction writers feel like, oh, I'm an introvert, and they don't want to come and dance in front of their phone. You have to come and dance in front of your phone. You have to come and talk in front of your phone. You have to be a public speaker, because you're the best person that can sell your book. You are the best person. The only other person that can sell your book is probably a book reviewer, someone that reviews book, or someone that is known for reviewing books. But actually, you are the best person to sell your book. So we have to come out of our shell to sell our books. So thank you so much, Stanley.
Thank you so much, Glory. Thank you so much.
It's really session. Amazing. Right. Okay. Thank you. So say goodbye to Stanley. If you enjoyed the session, of course, drop a fire emoji for him. Okay. So we are moving on to the next speaker for today, Miss Mbasi. Right. So before we go on, I'm just going to introduce to us. Okay, so we have Miss Emembasi in the studio. Miss Emem, how are you doing today? Are you excited to be here with us today? Hi, can you hear me? Are you excited to be here today?
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me? I
Good
said I
morning,
was asking.
Glory.
Well, good morning. I was asking if you're excited to be here today.
Ah,
I was asking if you were excited to be here today. Okay, I think maybe there's a little bit of a audio problem. So while she's fixing that, let me just say a little bit about Miss MM. MM is an awesome writer, and she's one of the
I
most
am
experienced.
excited to be here today.
Okay. She's one of the
I
most
am. I
experienced
am excited
traditionally
to be here
published
today.
writer.
I always love the opportunity.
Okay, I think there's a little bit of delay in our network connection, Miss MM. So I'm just going to just lay down the question. And we're talking about traditional publishing now. So basically, there are two main forms or types of publishing. So the first question I would like to ask is, what is the difference between traditional publishing and self-publishing? I'm just hoping that you can hear me now.
What was the first question?
So what's the difference between traditional publishing and self-publishing?
Okay, so traditional publishing is what we've known from onset, as children, as a 17-year-old before I delved into writing. The whole idea of a publisher, a publishing house, more or less, you know, in that time you'd have to pay to get your book published, and the publishing house would have to you know like your book enough to adopt it and publish it. Traditional publishing is more or less this structure in which is so strict, and you know people had to pay to um get their books published and all of that. They had to go through so many rules and regulations. You have to follow the rules of the publishing house and all of that. But compared to self-publishing, as the name implies, you're doing everything as you like it. It's what you want to publish, how you want it published, and how you want it distributed. Everything is on you. The costs, everything is on you too. So the differences aren't so much, but I think it's the structure that really matters when it comes to traditional and self-publishing. The structure is different. So that's the difference.
Okay, so the next thing I want to ask is about you. Like, tell us your personal story, like your journey. How did you get into traditional publishing? How did you find out about I know that you're primarily published with Love Africa Press. How did you find out? What was
Yeah.
your journey? Did you think of publishing yourself, or what made you, go into traditional publishing instead of self-publishing? You know.
Okay. So um it's quite a long story, but I'm going to try and cut it short. The thing is, I am more or less the picture picture of a struggling writer. Uh, from 17, I looked for ways, stopped looking for tourism. Why are you not posting this out there? Why are you not getting it out there? I said, well, I don't have money for traditional publishing and all of that. But the person said, okay, you could find websites who like stories, put some on Facebook. So I decided to do that. At first, I found a website who loved my stories. They were posting it chapter by chapter. But then someone introduced me to Okada Books. That was the self-publishing. So I self-published first. I got into Okada Books. That was the first place I published my work. But when it came to Love Africa Press, it's as a writer, well, they say it's a lonely art, but to be able to get it out there, you're going to need a lot of help. So I was on social media a lot of times. I was always, checking for publishing houses who had who were in love with love stories, that's romance stories. So I was always researching. So basically it was research that got me to Love Africa Press. I came upon their post asking for submissions for an anthology. So I read through the rules. Like I said, it's traditional publishing has a lot of rules. So I read through the rules on Love Africa Press and that submission, and it fits what I had in mind. I followed the rules. I followed everything they needed and submitted my story. As God will have it, my story was chosen. And after I had starred in that anthology, I was afraid though, but I scrounged up courage and sent a letter to, the publisher of Love Africa Press. And I told her that I have lots of stories, for publishing
Okay.
if she would, want to look through it. And she said yes, that she would like some, should send. So I sent my stories to her, and she chose a few. She liked some, and that's how my relationship with Love Africa Press started. But what I like about that publishing house and a few other modern ones now is that they are not strictly as traditional as you know it was a few years back. You know, these people have come to mix a bit of, okay, I think they call it vanity publishing. They've come to,
Okay.
there's
Yeah.
a bit
Yeah.
of leeway. Yeah, there's a bit of leeway when it comes to the strictness that was traditional publishing years ago. So it makes it even more beautiful. So for anyone who wants to publish a book, you need to find the publishing house that fits what you write, I believe. Or if you're an author that writes a diverse line of genres, so it means you can find several publishing houses who publish the kind of things that you write and just
Yeah, I
apply.
think you are actually taking us to our next question, which I'm going to show now.
Oh, okay,
How
okay, that
can a
works.
newbie writer get a publishing
Okay,
deal? So someone who is just basically new in the industry and and wants to go into traditional publishing, not self-publishing. So how can a new writer
okay.
find and take advantage and get a publishing deal from a traditional publishing house?
Okay, so whether it's a newbie writer or even me, this one you're calling me professional and all of that or experienced, but it's still the same process. You need to find a publishing house that their rules and regulations sort of fit the genre that you write, or if you want to, because even a few months back, I had a story that wasn't so purely romance, and I stumbled upon a publishing house who, published stuff like that, and they were calling for submissions. So I took a bold step and submitted my work. I don't know if they're going to like it. They've not reached back to me, but these are the ways, one can find publishers. Also, competitions. There are a lot of publishing houses that call for submissions. They have these yearly, sometimes quarterly competitions. Those are ways to find, publishers. So, and those are ways I found some of what I do. So competitions, sometimes you all these the bookstores. I think Okada Books does a lot of that. They post competitions from diverse publishing houses, traditional publishing houses. So new writers can take advantage of that to get themselves noticed or seen by publishing houses.
Okay, I know we've been talking about publishing houses, but can you give us like some names or examples of publishing houses that are open for African writers? Because I understand that when it comes to foreign publishing houses, they're not necessarily open for African writers. I think they go through agents a lot. So an African writer will have to get an agent, which is
Okay.
not really quite easy to do. So what examples, like what traditional publishing houses are open for African writers that you can share with us?
Okay, I can only easily remember two because those are the two I've been, working with or hoping to work with. The second one. So it's Love Africa Press, basically for African romance, for writers that are doing African romance. That's open to them. For, other genres, I am thinking Masobe Books. I don't know if anybody has heard that. Masobe. That's Masobe Books.
Yeah.
That's they are really coming up with nice African stories. It's beautiful. There are other ones that I'll have to recall, but I can't recall a bit of them right now.
Okay, okay. I
But
know that
Masobe
there's
book is popular
yeah,
online.
Masobe books. Then there's Farafina. There's Narrative Landscape. There's this other one that publishes Nze Silva. What's the name again? Origami. I think that's their Origami is their um Vanity Publishing Press, but they are more popular traditional publishing house. I can't easily recollect right now, but basically Farafina, Masobe,
Wondering if you can still.
Narrative Landscape. Okay, so we seem to be having a little bit of network issues with Miss MM. I think network problems, and that's one of the challenges that we webinars can experience. So Miss MM is talking about traditional publishing, and I think she mentioned some of the advantages of traditional publishing, one of which is the fact that the publishing house is the one that basically finances the entire publishing process. And that is one of the main reasons why writers really love going for traditional publishing, because the publishing process will be financed by the publishing house and not the writer. That's the major difference between traditional publishing and self-publishing, is the fact that a publishing house will take a look at your manuscript and believe that your manuscript is great and it will sell in the market, and so they are willing to invest into your book. A lot of times, like with foreign traditional publishers, they actually give the writers an advance for their books and all of that. But in Africa here, we don't really give an advance. So what we work with is royalties and all of that. So, okay, somebody just mentioned Cassava Republic is also a publishing house. So we've mentioned Farafina, we've mentioned Narrative Landscape, we've mentioned Masobe, we've mentioned Cassava Republic and all of that. So there are a lot of publishing houses. The only thing is you need to do your research. Like Miss MM said, research is key. If you are going into traditional publishing, you have to be a researcher, because there are so many publishing. and options and publishing houses are available. There are so many, but the thing is that they are not well known. Even in Nigeria here, we have our own big five publishers. But outside of these big five publishers, there are also other publishing houses that spring up, here and there, here and there, here and there. So if you don't know, then you will not be able to take advantage of it. Okay, so we were just talking about the publishers and all of that. So I want to ask a question that I think that is very vital, because when it comes to traditional publishing, you are not the final say. The publisher has to see your book as a good investment. So how can a new writer, ensure that they actually submit a quality manuscript to a traditional publishing house?
Okay, like I mentioned, traditional publishers have rules. They have genres that they particularly like to publish, they have or prefer to publish, they have selling points. So for a writer to ensure a quality manuscript, you have to follow those rules. You know, you have to follow what they want, because no publisher is going to just put out something out there without telling you this is what we want. Sometimes you have to read through those rules, perfectly, and then some people go further, some publishing house go further to post examples of works they've published, of works
Yeah.
that they like to publish. And so writers should, as a matter of importance, read through the kinds of stuff that these publishing houses love. It would help you to not change your narrative or your voice entirely, but it will help you to fashion your story to fit, you know, their rules and the structure there.
Okay. Okay, we seem to really be having issues with network. So ensuring that you actually submit a quality manuscript. The first thing you have to understand is that writing is art, and art is subjective. What may be great to one person may not be great to another person. As good as you like maybe Chimamanda's books, there are people out there who don't think that she's a great writer. That's how it is in the writing and publishing industry. That doesn't mean, however, that there is not a standard or a quality that we all look for, right? So the first thing you have to understand when you are submitting a manuscript to a traditional publishing house is the fact that they are looking for something in particular, and that's the quality of your manuscript. And that's why the first sessions that we had for this webinar was talking about storytelling techniques and character development, because those are the things that a publisher would see that would make them think that this book is worthy enough of my investment. You can't write anything and just submit to a publisher and expect to get accepted. The truth is that a lot of writers go through a lot of rejections. The Harry Potter book was rejected 12 times. 12 publishers rejected the Harry Potter book. There's this book, The Island, written by Karen Jennings, which won a really prestigious prize last year. It was rejected so much that she finally had to get it published by a small publishing house, and that book won an award. So the thing with ensuring that your manuscript is the quality one is to make sure that you pay attention to storytelling itself. And of course, like Miss said, following the rules of the traditional publishing house. If you don't follow their rules, you're not serious, because they're going to just disqualify you. So even if you write the best literary work of art that this generation has seen and you don't follow their rules, they're going to kick you out, because their rules are their rules. So some houses would have maybe the font size. They will even tell you, some of them will even tell you the font style. Some of them will tell you how to either left justify or right, just so things like that. So you need to follow their rules and submit when their submission window is open. Some of them open, like Miss mentioned, on a quarterly basis and all of that. So I'm not taking over the class, Miss Now for a question that I'm sure that we are all dying to ask, which is more profitable? This is like a controversial question. So you can choose to take the highway, but which is more profitable in your opinion? Traditional publishing or self-publishing? In your experience, in your opinion? Okay, Ms. I don't know if you can hear me. Hi, can you hear me? Okay, I don't think that she can hear me. Um, if you can hear me, maybe just say so in the comment section so that I know where the problem is coming from. But we're talking about profitability, traditional publishing or self-publishing, because a publisher invests in you, it means that they plan to make back their investment as well as profit. So you should know that all the money that you earn as a traditionally published author is not coming to you. It's only a certain percentage that will come to you. So I think it varies. So Miss oh, really having network issues here, and the time is almost up for this session. Oh, okay, so we can. Okay, so you guys can hear me. That's awesome. That's awesome. So I think that the network problem is coming from her end. Okay, so I have a question here. Says that wants to Miss Enewe Roma is asking that once the book has been self-published, no traditional publisher will want to publish that book again. How true is this? Okay, it is true. 100%, 100. Okay, let's say 90% true. Although there are some exceptions to the rule. You Traditional publishing houses will not want to publish a book that has already been self-published, but there are some exceptions. If the self-published book was published digitally and it went viral, it made a lot of sales, it made headway, it made news and all of that, some traditional publishing houses will offer to publish the book physically, like to do the print publishing and all of that. So sometimes, like I know that there's a book called The Martian by Andy, I don't know how to pronounce the Chinese, Andy Weir or something like that. The Martian. He published it in his blog, and it was getting a lot of views. It was getting a lot of views. So many people were reading the books. He had thousands of readers, and so because the publishers could see that okay, this book has a market, this book will sell if we package it very well and put it into the global market. And so because they saw that the book was selling in his blog, so they gave him a publishing deal and they were able to publish the book traditionally. So that's an example. Yeah. Mr. Stanley has put the book in the comment section. So that's an example. There's also this book, The Mechanics of Yenegua by oh my god, what's his name? And Michael Afenfia. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. If I'm pronouncing that correctly. There's also that book. So that book, he was writing it in his blog at first. It was first published in his blog before Masobe Books now gave him offered him a publishing deal, right? And then they were able to publish that book, and so they have that. So the thing with traditional publishing is that these days it's not so stiff. There's a little bit of leeway, right, between them. Sometimes you can self-publish your book, but because your book is really selling in the market, a traditional publisher will offer to publish your book professionally, and and all of that. So some writers can say yes, some writers can say no. Like 50 Shades of Grey, what is a self-published book. And I'm sure that by the time the books start making, waves and all of that, I'm sure that some publishers probably offered to traditionally publish the book, and she may have said no. I know some writers who prefer that a traditional publisher can publish the print copies of the book and they retain the right to the digital publishing. So they publish themselves on digital platforms. This means that whatever they earn from digital platforms like Okada Books, Books, or Amazon Kindle, and all other digital platforms, those earnings belong to them. But whatever they earn from print is going to be based on the contract, the publishing deal. So it's going to be based on the contract that they have with the traditional publishing houses. Okay, so Miss is back. So I think that I'm just going to leave this question back for her to answer. Which is more profitable? In your opinion, in your experience, which is more profitable? Traditional publishing or self-publishing?
Okay. Please let me apologize for my network, which is a
No,
bit
we understand.
erratic.
We understand.
Right.
Sometimes it's like that.
Now this question is a very difficult one, because
It is a controversial question, so tread lightly.
you know,
Right now.
let me confess, I have not, really weighed, the profitability, but both of them have advantages and disadvantages, depending. Now, I can't say which is best, but I can say if you combine both, you're good to go.
Yeah,
You
because I know
know,
you combine both, right?
I combine both. Yes, I combine both. Now, when it comes to traditional publishing, there is the enjoyment of, the publishing house taking up the cost of cover design, editors, you know,
Yeah.
especially advertisement and distribution, all of that. Now, as a self publisher, the cost of doing all of that by yourself, it's a bit difficult. you know you can only try so much on social media and all of that. And when it comes to adverts and distribution, yeah, there is a limit, a bit of limit that you could do for yourself. The thing is, when you do self-publishing, you know that all your monies are coming to you. When you do traditional, you know that you're sharing the profits. This is why I do both, because well, it's always beautiful. There are stories that I give to traditional publisher, and there are stories I want to do by myself, maybe because they're a bit controversial or a bit away from the structure which the traditional publisher needs. So, and I, on the other hand, I'm unwilling to change what I've written. Like, I want it exactly as I wrote it. So
Yeah.
those all
Yeah.
those things come into play. So I'm not going to
Um,
say one is better than the other. I'm just going to say that you should. I'm advising that you should, blend both.
explore the both of them.
Yes.
Okay. I knew you were going to say that because this is a question that writers either they avoid answering this question or they say the books, because sometimes self-publishing can pay you more, sometimes traditional publishing can pay you more. So
Exactly.
it's
It's more or
all
less kind of like seasons and times.
yeah, but the truth is, I think one of the main advantages of traditional publishing is the fact that they already have a market, they already have a community
True,
of readers.
true. Like
So
selling
because
channels.
yeah. So they already have distributors, they have reviewers that work with them, they have distributors, they have all of that resources. And when it comes to marketing, they have a bigger budget to fund the marketing of your book than you may
True,
possibly
true.
even for yourself and all of that. So that's the advantage. So with that regard, if they're able to push your book quite well and they already have a good reputation of okay, this will publish really good books. Sometimes some people don't even bother about the writers. As long as it's published by this
True.
publisher, they just
Uh,
buy it. That's something that Masobe Books is trying to build right now. So as long as it's a
mm,
Masobe book, be like, oh, I'm just gonna buy it because I know that it's going to be a good book and all of that. So it all
mm.
depends, So that doesn't mean that self-publishing does not pay. I mean, E.L. James is, earning millions right now with her self-published book, 50 Shades of Grey and all of that. So there are ways, and I'm sure that a lot of Nigerian writers are earning massively, by self-publishing. Okay, so I think we'll finally come to the end of today's session with Miss MM. I'm so sorry that network. I don't want to call our country's name, but we seem to have this facility for bad network connections. I mean, if you want to do a live webinar
Yes.
in Nigeria, you have to have like a backup of your backup of your backup because sometimes network will just
True, true.
things up. But that doesn't mean that we're not excellent. We are excellent. We are awesome. We are good. I mean, I'm also grateful for the network that we've been experiencing so far since morning. Thank God. Miss MM, thank you so much. We already have some people dropping the fire emoji for you. I'm sure that if not for the whole network thing, you would have, dazzled us even some more. So thank you so much.
I hope so. All right, thank
Yeah.
you so much for giving me the opportunity. I love, always taking any chance to explain my journey so far. And this was a good one. Thank you so much, Glory.
All right, thank you. All right, so Ms. MM is leaving the studio right now, and we are moving on to our panel session for today with two awesome writers. I'm just hoping that these writers don't overtake their time, because I know that they are very passionate about writing, and their passion can translate into really, really long episodes about writing. Right. So before we go, so I'm just going to introduce them a little bit to this session. So let's just see. Okay, so now.
Wow.
Okay, so now we're gonna have our panel session. Okay, so now we're gonna have our panel session with Louise and okay, so Timmy, we can't see you right now, but we're gonna have a panel session on self-publishing.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Hi.
I can hear you now. I can
Hi,
hear you now. Your
everyone.
mic wasn't connected
Hello.
before. Hi, Louise. Welcome.
The lady whose face I can't see. Hi, Glory.
Hope you can hear me, Glory and
Yes,
Timmy. Good day.
Hey, welcome,
Good
welcome,
afternoon. I can
welcome,
hear you.
welcome,
Good
welcome.
Oh, wow.
Afternoon.
Wow.
I'm so excited.
It's a pleasure
Super,
to be here.
super duper excited to be here today. To have the two of you here. So before we start, I'm just going to say, let us keep to time, because I know the two of you. I've talked to the two of you who are very passionate, and you want to talk and talk to the ends of heaven.
Okay, let me get my
Right?
timer. So it flips when my time is up. Let me get my timer.
Okay, so viewers, you are in for a very hot panel session. So we're going to be talking about self-publishing. Self-publishing is basically, what most Nigerian and African writers are focusing on now, because because of a lot of reasons that I'm not going to go into. We don't have the time for that right now. We're going to be talking about self-publishing. Timmy is a best-selling author. She's a self-published writer. She's a best-selling author. Louis, same thing. He's a self-published author. He's also a best-selling author, and he's a publisher, right? So he's going to be talking to us from a publisher's perspective, and Timmy will be talking to us from a writer's perspective. So we're going to talk about self-publishing. And I'm not going to say, oh, what is self-publishing and all of that, all of that, all of that. But I'm just going to start the session by directing my question at Louis, right? You are the co-founder of Ifadigo Publishing. So before we start, I think the primary question I want to ask
that's
is,
correct.
what is self-publishing and what are the advantages? Because I see a lot of writers opt for self-publishing instead of traditional publishing. So what is self-publishing? Just a little brief intro on what self-publishing is, and then what are the advantages of self-publishing? Why do more and more writers seem to opt for self-publishing instead of traditional publishing?
All right. Thank you, Glory. I'm super excited to be here. Thank you, Timmy, for also making time to be here. And I hope I won't take much of our time. Let me just go straight to the point. For me, I try to define things from my own perspective. I don't try to I don't adopt dictionary meanings or Wikipedia meanings and all of those. So for me, publishing is just a simple process of making your work, in this case, your book, available and accessible to your prospect. All right, publishing. The umbrella term publishing is making your work, your assets available and accessible to your prospect. Now, self-publishing in this case means undergoing that process of making your work available and accessible to your prospect by yourself, going through different layers, of prospects. Okay, going through the writing yourself, doing the formatting, doing the editing, or hiring an expert who understands it to do it for you, paying an expert. In the end, what it means is that you undertake the whole procedure of releasing your book and you enjoy the whole profit that comes from your book. Is almost like sole proprietorship. When I was in school doing business study, sole proprietorship. So you own everything about that book. You go through the process and then you get all the returns because you alone made that investment, your time, your energy, your resources. So once the returns are coming from that procedure, you're getting the whole returns yourself. So for me, the benefits are a lot. There are a lot of benefits from doing self-publishing. Number one, you enjoy the full copyright. You might just wake up one day and someone somewhere wants to translate your book to Polish, wants to translate your book to Spanish. And then if you are not self-published, your publisher might say, no, we don't want this Polish deal. We don't think this content sits well with the Polish people, with the Poles, or we don't want this German deal. You know, you own the international, the worldwide rights of your book, movie rights, translation rights, the whole rights of that book, you own it. And then, of course, not forgetting that you take all the returns. It is your book. So for me, that gives you the full independence to do what you please, and you own your voice. A lot of traditional publishers will tell you to tweak it this way, put it this way, so that it suits with their audience, because traditional publishers publish for their audience, not your audience. But a self-publisher publishes for his or her audience. All right. So for me, that is what it is.
That's really profound when you said traditional publishers publish for their audience, you know, because that's really, really profound. That's something to think about if you're considering any of the forms of publishing. Okay, so the next question is for Timmy. And Timmy, I know that you are a successful self-published author. I know that especially with Haven was everywhere in the market, and then Pleasure, and you write dark psychological romance and all of that. So you've been able to build publicity, you've been able to build your brand, you've been able to build your name for yourself. So how can a self-published okay, first of all, what are the advantages of you being a self-published author from the perspective of a writer? What are the advantages that you've experienced? And number two, how can a self-published author, ensure that they make profit or they earn from their writing? Okay, I can't hear you. I don't know if your mic is muted. No. No. No, not really, no. Actually, I was hearing you just now. What happened?
I also can't hear her. I think she's having issues with her mic.
Yeah, your mic. I think maybe check your mic, change the speaker, or
if you're using an earpiece, you can just take it off and see if you can speak directly to the phone. If you're using an earpiece, you can take it off and see if you can speak directly to the phone. Okay, how about now? We still can't hear you, Timmy.
Oh my God, no, not today. Still can't hear you. Okay, no, not working.
What I suggest is she leaves and then joins again.
Okay. Left and then going to try to connect again.
I'll let her join again.
So these are some of the pitfalls of conducting a webinar and all of that. But it doesn't mean that webinars are not awesome. Webinars are awesome. Okay, Louis, we still have you in the building. I'm just going to ask you your next question because your times, the panel session time running out. Timmy joins. You can answer her 2 questions. So second question I have for you is, what is the most common mistake that self-published writers make? Now, drawing from your experience as the co-founder of Ifadigo, I also know that you're the marketing coordinator of Ifadigo. I don't know if I have that right
Yeah,
or something.
that is correct. Marketing lead.
Common mistake that you've seen most self-published writers make.
All right, thank you, Glory. So, writers that want to get published, especially newbie writers that want to self-publish their work, one mistake I've noticed, I've observed in a lot of manuscripts is that their manuscript, they usually want to publish their first draft, you know, that enthusiasm, that euphoria, that joy. They want to hold their book in their hand, and you know, they want to see their name on a book title and their name underneath the title. As an author, they want to become author so fast, they want to skip all the process. Okay, they skip the editing, they skip the formatting, they skip everything. They don't care about the content, they don't care about the packaging, and they just know they have a manuscript. They say, I have a manuscript, and a lot of them submit this manuscript to Ifadigo to help them get it out there. And I look at the manuscript and I tell them, this manuscript is not ready to be published. This manuscript, we can't put our name to this manuscript because it is not ready. So the singular, the most repetitive mistake I've seen amongst newbie writers, newbie authors, is that they want to publish a first draft because of the whole euphoria and the enthusiasm and all of those. So it is quite appalling because you can't publish a first draft. Now we now tell them, why not let's read your manuscript, give you some feedback. You go back and revise your manuscript at least 5 times. Every writer that has a first draft should revise his or her manuscript at least by yourself 5 times. There's nothing bad with reading and reading your work and enhancing it, making it better before you give it out to a professional to help you look at it. And then of course you have to use a professional editor. Most of them want to skip that process. They bring a work they want us to publish for them. We'll tell them, hey, this work can't go live now. This work is yet to be edited, and we can't put our name to this. They feel bad, and we've rejected a lot of manuscript at Ifadigo. Tell them, this work, we can't put our name to this. You can go do it yourself. But if we must put our name to this, it needs to go through professional editing. And then sometimes they just, you know, they just say, okay, go ahead, and we do the editing, and they love it. Say, wow, is this my manuscript? Of course it is yours. You have the raw material, we help you fine tune it. So most of them want to skip the process, and doing so, they just release mediocre content. And again, most of them don't want to go through cover, professional cover design. You a writer, you're a publisher yourself, you know how it is with cover designs. You tell someone that a cover design is 50,000 naira, they shout. I mean, is it cover or am I buying the whole book? Yeah, cover design gets as high as $1,000. Okay, you get it for that rate because you're in Nigeria and you're getting it for the least rate, because these guys, the professional cover designers who use at Ifadigo, will get to buy professional stock photos. Or if you are doing illustration, you get to pay a professional illustrator. So this thing must be appealing to your audience. Don't just write a book and then package it anyhow. So another thing I figure out is most of them don't even get to copyright their works. They don't get ISBN. All right, they don't get ISBN. They just what some publishers do now is they just forge numbers. It's quite appalling. They forge numbers in their head and put it at the back of the book. As you can't run a check. You can't run a check. Wow. It is real serious. It is serious. So if you don't know the process, please speak to a professional. Even though you are self-publishing, you can always speak to a professional to guide you, and that is why Ifadigo is always here. Thank you.
That's really expository. I mean, no. That was really bad, because I know about publishing, first draft, and I know about publishing first draft and not going through getting a professional cover done. But if you're going as far as the ISBN number,
they do it. So they do it now. They just put any number they like at the back of the book.
Okay, so Timmy has joined us again. Let's see. Timmy, can we hear you now? Can you try to talk? Let's see if we can hear you. No.
Timmy, we can't still hear you. What's the problem?
We still can hear you. We still can hear you. I don't know. what the problem is.
Timmy, and your fans are in the comment section. They are waiting for you. Timmy, your fans.
Yeah, because I want her to, because I trust me. Once she delivers the fire. She's not afraid to
Your
speak her
fans
mind
are.
about me and her experience as a self-published writer. She was able to get
So
Haven to go
what
at
I'm
least.
trying to do, yeah, I'm trying to connect to
Yeah.
my
Now we
laptop.
can hear you. We can
We
hear
can
you
hear you
now.
Oh, you
now.
can hear me now? For real?
Yeah, we
Yes.
can hear you now.
Yes.
Awesome,
Oh
awesome,
my
awesome.
God.
So,
That was pure
thank God for
witchcraft.
that.
Like some people were really trying to get me out. So I'm back. I'm here. So you can hear me, right?
Thank God you're here.
Woo-hoo!
Yeah. Okay. So the
Loud
first
and
question
clear.
that we
Oh,
asked you
hallelujah.
Loud and clear.
was
Loud and
the
clear.
the
Oh.
advantages that you've enjoyed as a self-published writer and how a self-published writer can ensure that they make profit from their writing.
Okay, one word. Oh, good afternoon, everyone. So sorry, pardon the whole mic issue and all that. One word about the beauty of self-publishing is freedom. The freedom to write, the freedom to own your voice, the freedom to tell your story the way you passionately believe that story should be told. Because no one can tell your story better than you. So you don't want someone somewhere, because he's trying to make sure that he protects the bag, tone down your story or take your story away from you. So the beautiful thing about self-publishing is the freedom to write, the freedom to be able to pass on that message and let the world know that this is the truth in its purest and in its undiluted form. Like Glory said in the introduction, I am a writer of dark and psychological thrillers. Now, when it comes to things about psychology, when it comes to things about humanity as a whole, most people don't want to hear about it. Most people don't want to own it. Most people don't even want to believe it exists. We just want to believe that this is the norm. This is what we know. So we should all conform. I am not a conformist. I always believe in breaking the rules. If there is any rule, break it or remake it or whatever. Just make sure that you're telling the truth, and that truth is coming from a deep place. So the freedom to write, the freedom to tell that story the way it ought to be told is what I enjoy most about self-publishing.
Okay, so I also asked, how can a self-published writer ensure that they actually earn a profit or make a profit from their writing?
Yeah, the people who spoke before me, they've extensively things you need to do before you send your book out there. It is very important that you don't miss out these things. Yes, you're a self-published author, but that doesn't mean that you should begin to cut corners. That doesn't mean that you should begin to put out unprofessional work. That doesn't mean that you should begin to be lax about what you represent. No, it means that if a book would go through a traditional publisher, then whatever process that book will go through, if it's passing through a traditional publisher, your book should go through that process. If your book needs to be edited 1,000 times, let it be edited 1,000 times. If your book needs to be proofread 1,000 times, let it be proofread. So whatever your book will go through, if it is passing through a traditional publisher, that is what your book should go through, passing through a self-published author. A reader will not pick your book and begin to say, oh, is this from Cassava Republic or is this from Farafina? But that's the last thing a reader would think about when they pick up a book. The first thing that catches their eye is the cover. They pick it up, they're like, oh, wow, beautiful cover. And then they flip to the back of it. They want to read the blurb. What's the book about? The last thing they notice is who published it. The only time they begin to notice who published it is when the book is just utter crap, like so many errors, not well written, like everything is just screaming amateur, like nothing. They'll be like who published this? So you don't want that. So you want to invest whatever it is you need to invest to make your book stand out on the shelf, even if it's an ebook platform. Whatever you need to do to make that book stand out, you have to be ready to do it. Because before you woke up and said, I want to share this story with the world, then you need to always remember that someone out there is reading it. If you are going to be embarrassed when you read that, then you shouldn't share it with anyone. So whatever you need to do it to make sure your book, when it stands alongside traditional published books, it will own itself. It will own its own, and people will be able to talk about it freely. Yeah.
Yeah, and I can tell that she's coming from an authoritative place because I was part of the Twimley series, and I know how much attention that we put, and team especially, into ensuring that the book went through all the processes that it needed to go through and all of that. So that was coming from a place of authority. I think one of the major problems that we self-published writers face is the fact that people don't trust a lot of self-published works because they don't, because of the quality. I remember very well of the fact that especially digital publishing, because it's free and self-publishing is free and people are just doing it. You go into platforms and you pick up a book and you are so vastly disappointed. That some persons have said, "Oh, self-published books, no, they rather go with the
Exactly.
and that's really terrible because we're not going through self-published writers are not going through the due process. Like she said, if there's a process that it will go through in a traditional publishing house, then that's also something that you should, cultivate while publishing or before publishing and all of that. So that's really profound. So the next question I have for you is, what is the biggest mistake or the biggest lesson that you have made, the biggest mistake you've made, or the biggest lesson you've learned in your journey as a self-published writer?
You've lost your voice again.
Lost your voice. We can't hear you again.
Not yet. Not yet.
No, we can't hear you. Still can't hear you.
Mike.
Yeah, mic issues. Maybe just do what you did before. Maybe stop out and then come back and do something. Still can hear you. We still can hear you. Okay, so I'm asking this question because as much as we learn from people's successes, we should also learn from people's mistakes, because learning from somebody's mistake is a really, really great way. A lot of times, what we see outside, what we see on social media, is a success story. When she was sharing the intro video, you could see her saying, "Okay, Haven was good club pick and the second runner, or the first runner up of this prize and all of that." So you see the success. It topped the bestseller list and all of that. That's the success. But what went on behind the scenes, and what were some of the mistakes that was made? What were some of the mistakes that was made while publishing, during publishing, or before publishing? So that's the reason why I asked the question, because when it comes to self-publishing, because your book is in your hands, there are so many things that you may not necessarily pay attention to, because it's in your hands. It's your book. It's your baby. Stephen King said, "Kill your darlings." He said, "Kill your darlings," because he was talking about editing, because he understands how close we are to our books and all of that. So that's the reason why I said, okay, let's learn from her mistakes and all of that. So Louis, who is still in the studio, maybe I also direct the question to you while we wait for Timmy to start. What's the mistake that you've made or a lesson that you've learned in your journey as a self-published writer? Now I'm talking to you as a writer, not a... Okay, Timmy is here. Okay, just hold on, Louis. Let's see if her volume, if her mic is back on. Hi, Timmy. Okay, maybe Louis, just go ahead and answer the question while we try to sort out.
All right, Timmy, we are so sorry about your mic, and I believe you get it sorted out in a bit. All right, let me attempt the question. Personally, yes, I started writing very early, and I got published as a teenager. I was a teenage author. I did my first book when I think I was 18 or thereabouts, and it was successful to a point because I sold about 5,000 copies. All right. I used some of the strategies Mr. Stanley said, But even at that success, the thing is, the book was, will I say, utter crap. It was almost like it wasn't. If I go back and I look at the manuscript, I feel so bad. And number one was I didn't have people up there to talk to me. I had people that read the book and told me, wow, this book is amazing. I mean, I had the story, but I didn't have the guidance. So the mistake I did was not taking my time to seek proper mentorship. All right, not taking my time to seek proper mentorship. A lot of young people out there have stories in their head. I've seen a lot of authors come to us at the Fadigo. They have amazing stories, but they don't know how to put stories down. They have not gone through any form of writing training, which is why I'm very happy with what Glory is doing here today. Putting people through the process. The process cannot be overrun. So I didn't go through the process. I didn't have anybody to talk to. So I just had the stories, and I was writing. It was the first draft that I gave to the guy that did my book. I took it to a vanity press. They did my first 1,000 copies, and that was it. I sold it out. I came back. The guy printed another one. I was so happy because I was paying him, and that was it. So that was a big mistake on my side, because going back to that manuscript, I feel so bad. See, man, I wrote this, but then it was a lesson also, because I got better, and today I could help young people learn the art of storytelling. So any newbie out there trying to come up, to be careful and relaxed, seek mentorship, seek guidance. Don't be in a haste. Yeah, the story, you own the story, but go through the process and deliver the story properly, not haphazardly. That is the lesson I have.
Now we have access. We have access to writers. It isn't like before. Now we have access. We can use social media to hit up or chat up some writers. But there's a way to do it with wisdom. You don't just go bombarding people with messages.
And people, Glory is a coach, please. You can just bombard her DM.
No. When it comes to mentoring, I try to take my time to mentor, because I don't mentor anyhow, because some persons say please mentor me, but they're not actually ready for mentorship.
They are not.
I think the last thing I would waste is my time, because my time is very valuable. Last thing I would waste is even my access, because access to me is very valuable. I consider access to me very valuable. So you have access to me, and then you are misusing it, and I decide to even take you on as a mentor, and then, no. So mentoring is going to ask, can you mentor me? I want you to mentor me, and all of that, because you need to put in the work. Whoever is mentoring you needs to that you are actually putting in the work. So it's not just about asking to mentor. It's not about disturbing people on social media. It's about showing value, giving value. Show value, then the person that is taking that wants to mentor you will see that, okay, this person has shown me the person is dedicated to their career, to their writing career. Then the person can even start mentoring you. And I was listening to somebody, I think Edwin Ede was, so during one of her live shows, and she was talking about how she got, was it either John Obidi or Steve Harris to mentor her, and she was volunteering, she was helping him to take care of stuff, volunteering, going with him to events to handle stuff. And she was just there, and from there she was learning, and she was with him. Then one day she now summoned the courage to ask him again formally, sir, can you mentor me? And he told her, what do you think I've been doing so far? What do you think I've been doing so far? Because he had given her access, and she had been following, she'd been volunteering, so she had been learning. And so it was, so he had already started the mentorship even before she even came to ask him formally for it.
Wow.
So some persons say, oh, can you mentor me? Then they disappear. They get an assignment or they get something, then they disappear. You have to give value. You can't come and say, oh, please mentor me. And then I take a look at you, or the writer takes a look at you, and there's nothing being done. Imagine somebody going to meet Mama that come and mentor me, and she's taking a look at your profile. You are not published in any magazines. You have not submitted. You don't even know the first thing about publishing. You don't know anything even about her, and it's terrible. It's going to go with that. So mentoring has to come. It has to start from a place of value. You showing value, and you giving value. And you giving value, then you can get that mentorship or mentoring that you're asking for, because like I said, nowadays people just throw it all around. Please, can you mentor me? They don't actually mean it. So that was one of the mistakes that you made. And I know that now you have mentors, because I know that Elisha Maman, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Yeah,
And
Elisha Mammon, yes.
I know you always talk about him, so that's one of the mentors. I know that Stanley also has a mentoring program
Mm,
and a mentoring event and all
yes.
of that. And
Stanley
sometimes
is
I
also my mentor. Stanley is one of my mentors. And of course,
Stanley is always
you are one of
so
yes.
we see that it's just that community, that network. Sometimes
Mm,
when you're putting yourself out there, your mentor can't even help but notice you.
true, true.
The person that you want to mentor, you can't help but notice you because you are there. Your face, according to the band, your face show, your shoes shine and stuff like that. So when your face show, your mentor will notice you now and all that. Put in your best always. Don't just sit down and wait for someone to come and resurrect you. A lot of times, people have come to me, people I look up to,
Mm,
come to me and they said, "Oh, Glory, oh yeah, the one that's always talking about writing, the one that's always making noise about this, about that." And then I realized that okay, what I'm doing, I'm actually being seen. They're
mm.
seen. So it's not just oh I'm writing, I'm in the background. Show up, show up, show up. Keep showing up and all of that. So I think Timmy is having a little bit of a problem joining us once again because our time is really really fast spent, and I think we have just like 5 minutes left for this session. So at this point, like if you have questions, please put them in the comment section so that Louise and Timmy, when she joins us, when she's or if she's able to join us again, can respond to your questions. So but before we go over to the questions, Louise, where can we get your books? How can we reach out to you? If somebody wants to reach out to you and all of that.
All right. Of course, you can get direct access to me via my Facebook. I send a message to my DM immediately. I get to respond. You can as well get direct access to me via my Instagram, Louis Akweze. You send a message to me immediately. I get to respond. And of course, if fadigopublishing.com, anything that happens there, you get our reaction immediately. And then for my books, I have a couple of books. I have a book for writers called Writing Right. Just type the title Writing Right on Amazon. You get to get a copy if you are in diaspora outside of Nigeria. But if you're in Nigeria, you can order a physical copy. I have the printed copies here. And if you really want to understand fiction writing to a point, that book can be your guide. You can order a physical copy by directing me on my Facebook and you get it. For now, that is the book I'm promoting. And of course, I have a book for teenagers called Dear Teen, 20 Things Every Teenager Should Know Before 20. I just wrote that book to help teenagers become better adults because we'll see how the society is going. I was once a teenager myself and I didn't waste my teenage years. So I wrote that book for teenagers. So if you have young ones or you're a teenager or you have children out there, you want them to understand the morals and value of being productive in the society. Yeah, you can get that. It's an ebook. You can get that via direct access to me on my Facebook or Instagram, and I will get it to you. It's hosted on seller.co. Okay.
Okay.
So
All right. That's really awesome. That's great. And also for Timmy, I think on Instagram she's active. She's really active on Instagram. I think at Timmy Waters underscore book club. At Timmy Waters underscore book club. Yeah, you can contact her via Instagram, and her books are available on digital platforms, Kindle, Okada Books, BAM Books, Amazon, and all of that. And then there's also the physical copies and all of that. Okay, so we have a question here. Um, okay, Timmy, I don't know. I think I can hear you now, but though we can't see you.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I can't see you. So maybe you
Oh,
just
okay,
take this
great.
question. We have a question. Can you give us steps to take in self-publishing? The steps to take in self-publishing.
I'm so sorry. So sorry, guys. My. Okay. Steps
it's
to
all right.
take
It's
in
all right.
self.
You can go. Yeah.
Okay. Steps to take in self-publishing. Okay. The first thing you want to do is finish the draft. Okay. Finish it, complete it, and then when you're done, self-edit it ruthlessly. I'm not talking giving someone now to better read or anything. I'm talking self-edited. Like most authors have this method of allowing it sit for a while so they don't go back with the initial crap ideas they had when they started it. So they'll allow it sit, and then after a while they go back to it. So you want to make sure you also follow that process, and then when you're done, go back to it, and after doing the rewrite and everything, edit it ruthlessly. Don't be attached to any sentence, any line, any scene, any whatever. If it's not working, cut it out. Don't even think twice about it. And when you're done ruthlessly editing it, give it out to a better reader, someone who would read it and give you an honest truth. Please don't give it to your friend, don't give it to your mom, don't give it to your sister, unless your sister is blunt like that. Unless your sister is someone that tells you the truth, she's not trying to make you feel like a star and say, "Oh my girl, you're so talented. I can't believe you did this. What, girl, you're amazing." Don't give it to those people. Give it to people who are not afraid to tell you that what you just wrote is nonsense. Please, can you just go and start again? Don't even stress me. I want to finish it. Give it to people who
Very
tell you the
important.
honest to God truth. And when they read it, and when they begin to have, you have that back and forth with them. If they're giving you their feedback, and you also, of course, you respond, because I mean, you defend your story and all. At the end of the day, it is your story, it is your decision, everything. But these will begin to give you ideas and reasons why they feel the way they feel and all of that. Take those reasons, take the one you want to take, ignore the ones you don't want to take. But if you're getting repeated corrections, like one particular thing, like five people are saying that same thing, then you want to go check it. So ego is out when you're self-editing. Ego is out the door. You want to make sure that you humble yourself and take out all the critiquing and everything. Then when you're done, better reading and all that, allow it sit for a while, then go back again. So that was the first thing I said was finish it first. So go back again and do a rewrite. Like when it comes to me, I'm a very crazy writer. I don't send out that book until I am 100% sure. Most times I write and I delete. You see that control A delete. Like it is there like that. I don't shy away from it. I use it like my life depends on it, because it does. So you don't want to shy away from sitting down to rewrite. I mean, this is your business. You are in the business of publishing. Yes, you are a self-published author and all that. But remember that your name is on that book. So if your name is on it, you don't want to write. I read a book, and this girl was writing with the H factor. Has he was going, he saw has. I was like, what's going on? And this book was published. I read it. I spent my money to buy it, and I said, what happened? Obviously, no one read it. She just wrote it and felt, wow, I've written a masterpiece, and she published it. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. This is business, so you want to make sure that you commit 100%. You give it to your all. You're not joking here. If you want to joke on your blog. You can go and write whatever you like, and I'll put it there. That's your own blog. But when it comes to publishing on Academy Bambooks or places where people will spend their money to buy or even give you the time to read it, then don't joke with it. So give it all the time you can give. Let it be ready enough that when you close your eyes and open it, you can say, yes, I'm ready to send it out there. I'm ready for someone else, someone I don't even know, no face to it, I don't know them, to read my story and give me feedback. So when you're done with all of that process, then send it out for professional editing. Remember, you must follow this process before you send it out to an editor. Some writers just write the first draft. I did that for my first book, Red Lines. The minute I finished it, I just realized, like, wow, my God, like this one, no, nobody can beat this. I've given this one. This is the bomb. I just, I published it like that, like boom. And then 1 month later, I went back and I was just say, I was like, what? What? I wrote this. What did I write? I had to just like start trying to do it. You have 7 people. Some people already bought it to read it. So you don't want to make that mistake. Follow that process and then send it out for professional editing. So your professional editor will be kind of like the final person that you guys will have the back and forth with and all that. And then if you can afford it, give it to a proofreader. I'm not always able to afford it. So I always make sure that my editor kind of, give me the double stuff. She edits and she also proofreads, and then I also proofread. And how do I proofread? I listen to the story. Like I sit down and I listen to the story from beginning to end. Remember, this one is not even. I am sitting down with the story I've written and I'm listening to from beginning to end. So I do that. Then when I'm done, yes, I cannot begin to send it out to ARC readers. Don't ignore sending your book to people who will read and review. Don't give it to just anybody. Don't give it to your friend. Give it to an unknown person. So all the while you're doing these things, take note. There are always days when you're literally not doing anything. You're just like, passively waiting. those periods, let people know that, oh, I have a book coming. I'm working on a book with this theme, with that theme. I did that for Haven. While the book was still in the oven, while it was still processing, I was already telling people, Instagrammers, people who I believe, one, they read within my genre, and two, they have that considerable number of followings that, you know, people I would like also to know that this.
Okay, we suddenly stopped hearing you, Timmy. We suddenly stopped hearing you. Um, and the truth is that we have even come to the end of the panel session. So I just wish that we had more time for Timmy, because I know that she still had a lot to say. She still had a lot to say, like a whole lot. Well, I think that from what she has already outlined the process. Finish up your first draft. That's the first step, and then she talked about ruthlessly self-editing your book, self-editing, just you editing your book yourself, then giving it out to beta readers, and then whatever review they give you, you look for the constructive criticisms, you do the additions, you edit it yourself once again before you now give it to a professional editor. That means less work for your editor. So your editor will instead focus on what you paid her to do, which is taking a look at the story sequence, the plot holes, the gaps, the pace, and all of that, instead of trying to look at grammar and all of that. So the editor will actually have the time to do what you're paying her to do, which is, editing the book itself, not making corrections that should have been done long beforehand. And after that, you do the reviews from your editors, you do whatever your editor asks you to do, and then you send it out to ARC readers, and then you publish, and of course consistent marketing even before the book is ready and all of that. So I think that's the list that Ms. Timmy has shared with us for today. And we've actually come to the end of the panel session. I don't even know that if we can hear you. Louis, thank you so much. Timmy, thank you so much. I
Thank
don't
you.
even know if I can
Thank
hear
you.
you right now. Oh, we can hear you. So just final
Thank you
words,
for
1
having me
minute.
regardless. Thank you for having
1 minute, final word of advice for writers, Timmy, since you had considerable less time here with us. 1 minute, one word of advice for writers.
Write your heart out. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
hear
we
you.
can.
Write your heart out, write your truth. Don't allow anyone take your voice. Write your voice. Please do not be afraid to write your truth. One of the fears a lot of writers have is believing that, what if I write this and people come to start telling me that, what are you writing? How can you write a thing like that? Write your truth. If you love sex, please write sex. If you don't like sex, don't write sex. If you love religion, write religion. If you don't like religion, don't write religion. So
Okay, so I guess that's it. Being true to yourself, freedom, like she said at the first time, freedom. You express your artistic freedom, and that's one thing that she always expresses in her books, because she writes that psychological thrillers or romance, whatever way you want to outline it. So, Louis, thank you so much for your time. I know you're a
Thank
very
you.
busy person. I know if I did go keeps you busy and your other maybe business person and all of that. So thank you for taking our time to come
It's
and
a pleasure.
share.
It's a pleasure.
We're really, 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 really grateful. Okay, so we're just going to move on to the next session for today. You know our next speaker, you know the person really well. So, but I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to let the introductory video and tell you guys who's. Okay, so it's time for my session. I'm going to be talking about how to build a profitable brand, how fiction writers can build a profitable brand. So, from the very beginning of today's webinar, we've had back to back to back to back hits. You know, sometimes network and mic problems have tried to, put, asunder here and there. But anyways, we're moving forward. We are having an awesome time. I don't know about you, but if you can take a look at my face, you can see me. I'm so excited because I love talking about fiction. I love talking about fiction. That's who I am and all of that. So I'm really excited. Today we're going to be talking about how to build a profitable brand. Now we all know what a brand is, which is basically just what you are known for, right? But I'm talking about a profitable brand. What is a profitable brand? A profitable brand, in simple terms, is one that actually earns, is one that makes money. It's not the one that is best known. If we know you and you're not making any money from the fact that we know you, then you're not a profitable brand. If we know you, we like you, and we trust you, because those are one of the popular definitions of brand. Someone that we, or something that we know, like, and trust. Build up your know, like, and trust, and all of that. But if I know you, I like you, and I trust you, and you're not making any money from me, then your brand is not profitable. So a profitable brand is one that actually makes profits, that earns from the fact that they are known, liked, and trusted. That is a profitable brand. So you see, influencers are paid today because people know them, like them, and trust them. So when they put up a product, because they are known, liked, and trusted, people buy those products. That's why influencers are paid. People have dropped out of school. People have left high-paying jobs to become influencers on social media because it's big money. In fact, I heard if you even get up to a certain number of followers, you start getting big companies like Coke and Pepsi and all of them coming to you for ads. That is the way that all the, I don't want to mention names, but you know them. I don't want to say the Kardashians, but it's all, profitable branding. So it's just all about being known for something, and that knowledge, earning income for you, giving you profit. So it's when it comes to writing now. So it's, what are you known for? When we come to the writing industry, what are you known for? What are writers known for? What are you known for as a writer? So what is your brand as a writer? Yes, you're a writer, but what is your brand? Because writer is not a profitable brand. Anybody can wake up tomorrow and say, oh, I'm a writer. But what are you known for as a writer? When we mention names like Chimamanda Adichie, what is she known for? She's a writer, yes, but what is she known for? When we mention names like Nora Roberts, she's a writer, what's she known for? We mention people like, let's say, Dan Brown or John Grisham. What are they known for? They are known for something. They are known for something, right? They are all well-known writers of a specific kind of fiction. So you're not just a fiction writer, because that's too broad. That's too broad a term for you to build your brand on. That, oh, I'm a fiction writer, or I'm a writer. Writing has many, branches and all of that. Content writing, copywriting, and all of that. So there are so many types of writing. What do you write? So even when it comes to fiction too, it's still too broad because there are so many kinds of fiction. So people that I've mentioned, they are known for something. Nora Roberts is a very versatile romantic writer. Chimamanda writes African literary fiction. We know that. Dan Brown writes thrillers and mysteries with a religious twist to it, and all of that. John Grisham writes legal thrillers. Stanley writes detective novels set in Nigeria. I write contemporary romance stories. Right. So that is what you are known for. If I'm dropping a book today, you most probably know the kind of book I'm going to be dropping, because you already know that this is the kind of thing that she writes. This is the kind of thing that she writes. This is what Miss Glory is known for. This is what Chimamanda is known for writing. This is what Nora Roberts is known for writing. This is what John Grisham is known for writing. So you already know the brand. So now you, as a new writer, what do you want to be known for? What kind of writer do you want to be known as? A lot of times, new writers, because you are so massively talented, because you have such talent, you find yourself, you're writing this type of fiction, writing that type of fiction, you're writing here. You are not going to build your brand by writing diverse kinds of fiction. I'm pretty sure that if you ask Chimamanda, she can write romance, she can write drama, she can write thrillers and all of that, but she focuses on literary fiction. If you ask Nora Roberts, she's a talented writer. She can write thrillers, but she focuses on romance. So because you are talented and you are new in the industry, you keep writing, jumping from this genre to that genre to this type of writing and all of that, all of that, all of that. No, you may have the talent for them. I'm also a content writer. I'm sure you don't know that. Many people don't know that. I'm also a content writer. I also write copy. I'm also a copywriter. You don't know that because I did not build my brand for that. I didn't build my brand on content writing or copywriting. Those are specialized services I offer to some companies, to some businesses, to some people. So I built my brand as a romance, a contemporary romance author. So what do you want to be known for? So the very first thing that you want to do if you want to build a profitable brand is number one, pick a niche. Pick a niche. Pick a niche genre. Don't go from pillar to post. Pick a niche genre and say, okay, I love writing paranormal. I love writing fantasy. I love writing romance. I love writing legal thrillers. I love writing detective novels. Yes, you may love all of them, but pick one first of all and build your brand on that one first. Now, much later, when you have established your brand for this genre, you can go back and start building your brand on the other type of fiction that you like. But the important thing, especially as a new writer, is the fact that you have to build and base your brand based on one genre of fiction. When you have established yourself in that genre, then you can begin to build in another genre. Now, if you say, okay, I can't pick one and I want to do two, there's a way you can do it. You can pick a pseudonym, like you can choose a name, another name that you're going to be writing as for another genre. So if that's if you want to build the two brands at the same time. Maybe you want to write religious fiction and you also want to write dark psychological fiction. So you can, since you are new, you can't easily transition from, okay, this is Jane Mina. Sorry, I don't even know how I say Jane Mina. This is Jane Ago, right? Known as a religious writer. So you can't now say, okay, Jane Ago is, you're also trying to build your brand as a religious writer, and you're also trying to build your brand as a business writer. That doesn't work. So if you are new, you've not yet built your name, you can say, okay, choose your name. Jane Ago is a religious writer, and then say Jane Maxwell is a whatever writer. That's how you can combine it to them together. But the first important thing you must know is that you must pick your niche genre. The second thing is a unique writing style. You have to develop, you have to build your own unique writing style. And I'm saying that I'm laughing because I just remember if you go through one of my series, Husband Hunting series, if you go through the reviews for this series, what you see is, oh, I laughed. I was laughing throughout. I laughed, and I laughed. And it's intentional. It is extremely intentional. I meant to make my readers laugh. I wanted them to laugh. That was highly intentional. I wanted to make them laugh. And I was able to achieve that because I had it at the back of my mind from the very first day I even started writing the book. And so if you know a lot of them, they'll be like, oh, so when I talk about my book, they'll be like, oh, her book is going to make us laugh. Even Delight, which is not, which is part of the Twin Bliss series, I still get reviewers telling reviews saying that, oh, this book was really funny. I laughed out loud and all of that. And it's intentional. It is extremely intentional because I want to build my brand based on that. That's my unique writing style. The fact that you can read my book and you can laugh. There are some writers, you read their books and they make you cry. Chimamanda's book, Half of a Yellow Sun. People are still asking her, what happened to Ifemelu? What happened to this character? What happened to that? Some persons who write and they'll make you afraid. Stephen King makes you afraid. I'm not easily scared when it comes to books. If it's horror movies, scare me a lot, yes. But when it comes to books, I'm hardly scared because I already know what's going to happen. That's one of the superpowers I have developed as a reader, right? But Stephen King still has the ability to make me afraid. There are some writers, they have the ability to make you wonder, oh my God, I want to know what happens next. You can feel your heart beating because they put you in the scene. They create a world. And they're able to immerse you completely into that world. Writers like Wole Soyinka is known for the descriptions. So every writer has a unique voice. Every writer has a unique style. And you need to know what your unique voice and what your unique style is. Now, this is different from your genre. It's the thing that makes you you. I love how Stanley writes. He encompasses everything. I mean, sex is even in his book. It's a detective novel, but he's not afraid to go, down and dirty. Everything is in his books. So he's known for this. But when you read his book, you can tell that, okay, this book was written by this person. You can tell it that this book was written by this person. All right. So when you are able to identify, your unique writing voice, and one of the ways you can identify is by trying out and practicing to the very end. My debut novel does not have the funny element in it because I had not yet discovered, I had not yet found out what my unique writing voice was. All I knew was that I wanted to write romance, and I was starting with contemporary romance. So my debut novel is a contemporary romance, but it doesn't have that humor element in it because I had not yet discovered my uniqueness. I had not yet discovered that extra thing that extra thing I add to books to make them uniquely mine, to put my stamp on it, as this book was written by Gloria Abba. Right, so once you've picked your niche, you find your unique writing style. The next thing you do to build a profitable brand is to write the best book of your life. Write the best book of your life. Write the best book of your life. I want to be known as a detective thriller writer. Now, write the best book of your life. I know that sometimes as a new writer, you may get distracted. You want to submit to this magazine, and you want to write to here, and you want to submit for this award, and you want to do this, and all of that, and all of that. My dear, just pick 6 months out of your life. Pick 6 months, just 6 months. Pick 6 months and say, this 6 months, I'm not going to focus on submitting here or submitting there or doing this there. I'm not even focused on social media. This 6 months, I'm going to use it to write the best book of my life. I'm going to put in every of my artistic and creative talent and elements in this book. Write the best book of your life. All you need is one book to blow. Just that one book, this best book of your life, I'm telling you to write. That's all you need to blow. Once you are able to write the best book of your life, that's all you need to blow. And once you blow, you've already built your brand. You've already established yourself. Chimamanda, how was she known? Purple Hibiscus. That was it. Some writers had been writing for quite a while, but all they needed was to write just one book. And that one book put them in the limelight. So now what you're looking for is the book that will break you out in the market. What you're looking for is the book that will put you in the spotlight, is the book that will go viral. So put in your very best. That's why I said write the best book of your life. Write the best book of your life. So plug out the distractions. Plug it out. Some of us, when we're writing, we are so concerned with how will people receive the book? How would they like the book? Will all these reviewers, would they like it? Oh, it's for this, and then because we are so concerned with these things, we are stifling our creativity. Block out the noise. Block out the distraction. Write the book that you really want to write. Write a book that you can read and enjoy. You are the first person that will enjoy your book. If you don't enjoy your book, don't expect people to enjoy it. If I don't laugh at my stories, if I don't laugh while I'm writing my books, I don't expect my readers to laugh while reading it. And I'm so blessed because I enjoy my books. There are sometimes I just say, oh, I feel like reading maybe Husband Hunting 202 or Husband Hunting 303 or Delight. And I go and pick it up and I read, and I enjoy it to the last. I enjoy my own books. I enjoy reading my books. So write the book you really want to write. Like Timmy Waters said, freedom. Be free. Express yourself. Don't worry about how the market will receive it. Don't worry about being politically correct. Don't worry about any of those things. Just focus on that book and make it the best book that you have ever written. The next thing, I think that should be number 4, is publishing. You've written the best book of your life. It's not going to sit on your laptop. It's not going to sit on your phone. You have to put it out for the world to see. The greatest thing that we have right now is digital publishing, because digital publishing most times is absolutely free. Now, because it's free doesn't mean you're not going to spend money to publish your book. If you're not willing to invest in your book, it's better you don't even think of publishing. If you are not willing to invest in your book, don't even think about publishing. Just keep it until you are willing and ready to invest in it. keep that book, because you're going to invest in it with editing. You're going to invest in it with getting a good cover done. You're going to invest in it with even getting it properly formatted for the right mediums. So it is the publishing part of it. You get it professionally edited. I mean, there was a day I went to Okada Books and I saw this really good cover and awesome title. The person had chosen a very awesome title, a very awesome cover. Even the blurb had me a little bit intrigued. And I was like, okay, I want to read this book. And from the very first page of the book, I knew I was in for a horrible experience. I was in for a horrible experience. I couldn't even go down. I couldn't even get to chapter 2 because it was bad. I couldn't follow through what the writer was trying to say. And this is someone that probably published their first draft, or they didn't let it go through a professional editor. So publishing is really important, because now you've written the best book of your life, you publish. There are so many platforms. Don't go to Canva and do a generic cover. Canva covers, only those are template covers, they're horrible. They're horrible. Let me tell you the truth, they're horrible. I use Canva every single day. And I can tell you that categorically, the template covers they have there, horrible. Horrible. Unless you have an artistic bend, artistic quality, then you can, find a way to make it look really nice. But don't go to Canva and do something generic. This is where the investment comes in, because you're investing in a good cover, you're investing in getting it professionally edited. And like Timmy said, also, the proofreading part of it. If you don't do this and somebody picks up your book to read and it's awful, they will mark you. They will mark you as a bad writer. And tomorrow, when you release your next book, they're not going to bother buying it. They're not going to bother reading it. So you have to get it right. Readers don't have patience. They don't have patience to wait till chapter 10 before the pace will pick up. They also don't have the patience to read to chapter 2 to see that, okay, you made your corrections from chapter 2. They don't have that patience. Once they look at the cover, it's not enticing. They are on to the next book. Every day, thousands of books are being published. So you are able to get the attention of your reader for a few seconds. So you capture it with a good cover, a good blurb, a good title, and a good chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3. That doesn't mean that chapter 4 and 5 and the end of the chapters will be horrible. But at least let your very first sentence, your very first chapter, entice your readers. So when you are able to build all of these things, then you are now at that moment in time beginning to build your brand. You're now beginning to build your brand as a writer. I always tell people when it comes to things like covers, titles, and all of that, always look to traditionally published book as your standard. I'm not saying this to say that self-published covers and titles and all of that are not great. They are great. But a lot of times, traditional publishers have the money to spend. They have the big budget to get the best of the best done. So if you're trying to get a cover, maybe you're writing romance and trying to get a good cover for it and all of that, always look at traditionally published romance books or traditionally published detective thrillers and all of that. That should be your standard. Then the next thing you do after publishing is, of course, shameless and consistent marketing. Shameless and consistent marketing. Because a lot of times writers are usually introverts. We are usually introverts. We don't want to be seen. We just want to write and then we want to give it to somebody. Okay, you go and market my book. Or we want to write and publish and then we wait for the world to come and find us. Doesn't work that way. Aside from talking about your books, building your brand is also letting your readers know you. What do they know you as? What is your personality online? Social media is a great tool to build your platform. It is a great tool. And it goes beyond just sharing your book teasers or sharing your trailers, your book trailer, or sharing, okay, my book, I have a new book coming out. And there's nothing else outside of that. You don't share anything else outside of, I have a new book coming out. That is horrible. You're not building a brand. You're just being a writer. And very soon you will lose followers. Because you need to keep people engaged. There's this lady I really love, what's her name? That wrote the Happy Ever After playlist. Happy Ever After playlist. She's really good with social media. She does videos, she does reels, TikTok, stuff like that to get herself known. Emeka Nobis is someone that I always go to when it comes to branding on social media, especially because he shares stories about himself. People buy from people that they like. If I don't like you, it will be really hard to convince me to buy from you. If I don't like you. So how do you get your people to know you? It's by sharing little stories about yourself. Not just sharing about your book every time, 100% of the time. Oh, my book, buy my book, buy my book. I'm an awesome writer. It's sharing a little bit about yourself with your social media followers. When you share, they begin to see, a little background to who you are, a personality. A lot of time, I'm trying to even rebrand myself because people see me and they think that I'm this, oh, she's so serious. Yes, I'm extremely serious, but I'm also extremely playful. I've just not yet been able to find the time to do my videos and all of that. But you need to build a brand outside or in connection with your writing. Not every single time my book, shameless and consistent marketing is not just for your book, but it's also for your book. So shameless and consistent marketing, design your social banners for your books. Canva is there. You don't stop making noise. Especially as a new writer, your family and your friends are the first and the most important tool of resource. They may not be readers. A lot of my family people, they don't normally read, but I use their audience. So that is one of the things that you use as a resource tool, as a new writer, your family and your friends. They may not necessarily have to read your book because some of them don't like reading. And that's the truth. You can't force them to read because they're your friends or your family. You can't force them. So what do? You utilize their space, utilize their social media. Ask them to share your social banners about your books. Ask them to share every single day. Ask them to share. Oh, brother, you've not shared my book. Oh, uncle, you've not shared my book. Oh, mommy, put my book on your sister, put my book on your WhatsApp status. Put it on social media. Put it here. Put it on Facebook. Put it here. Put it everywhere. What you are doing is that you are building your brand. You are trying to get your name known across numerous platforms. While we're organizing this webinar, we had volunteers. We had volunteers to share about the programs in their social media platforms. So what we did was that we leveraged on their audience. So if my audience was 20,000 and Stanley's audience was 20,000, by the time we add the volunteers 5,000, that's how many thousand? 45,000. We add another volunteers audience of 10,000. That's so the numbers keep rising and our reach keeps expanding. So the name is getting out there. The people may not necessarily buy, but they are aware of the name. And that's very important, the knowing part of it. So by the time your family and friends keep on sharing consistently, one day their audience will be like, this person keeps disturbing. Okay, let me just support their younger brother, or let me just support their sister, let me just support. And then when they support and they come to it and it's rubbish, you have failed. And you have ridiculed your family and friends that trusted you. That's why whatever you're publishing has to be awesome. So because when that person doesn't know you, finally comes to your book, they have to meet something awesome. I hope I'm speaking to somebody here. Spend money and advertise on publishing platforms. You've written the best book of your life. You've published it. You've asked family and friends to share. Also invest in the marketing part of it. You are new. Nobody knows you yet. So you don't just publish and expect the market to come. You have to go to the market. So many of these platforms have marketing plans. Some of them, I know that there was a time Okada Books had this. The cheapest that Okada Books was doing was about 3,000, 5,000, I think. And then there was the expensive ones of 25,000, 30,000, 50,000, 100,000 and above and all of that. So there are several marketing advertising packages that you can take advantage of as a new writer to build your brand. You're putting yourself in the face of your readers. I always tell writers, don't advertise on social media. Your readers are not there. Your readers are on digital platforms, digital publishing platforms. That's where your readers are. So advertise to them. Don't go to social media, because if you go to social media, you're advertising to the whole world. You can share on social media. But when it comes to advertising, I'd rather you spend your advertising budget on digital publishing platforms. Advertise on Bambooks, advertise on Okada Books, advertise on Kindle. You can even advertise on Google, but don't advertise on social media unless you have the resources for that. So what you're trying to do is that you're trying to expand your reach. You are trying to expand your reach. You're trying to get more people to know you. You're trying to get more people to know you. And like I always say, one of the best ways you can do that is, since you are not yet known, you give them a free teaser, a free preview, so that they can see. Because a lot of times I pick up a book, chapter 1 is interesting, chapter 2 is interesting, chapter 3 is interesting, and then I have to pay. I'll be like, okay, yes, I'm going to pay, because I've been able to see that this thing is worth my money. So in brand building, sometimes you have to give out some free items where necessary to build your brand. Okay, I'm just going to go really, really fast because my time is almost up. And of course, your public profile, your language, your tone, your style, sharing everyday stories, showcasing your writing to the world. I talked about advertising. I also want to talk about, series, doing series on Facebook, or setting up your blog and all of that. And then I said consistent publishing. That's the last thing I'm going to talk about. Consistent publishing. You have to publish consistently. You wrote a great book. People like it. What are they going to read next from you? You don't keep them waiting for too long. I always advise people at least 2 books a year. At least 2 books a year is okay, in trying to build your brand. 2 books a year, because by the time you take too long, you kind of seem to get, forgotten. You kind of allow yourself to get forgotten. So by the time you are able to identify your niche genre, you're able to identify your unique writing voice, then you write your best book, you publish it, you market it consistently, you also market yourself, your personality as a writer, and then you're able to build a profitable writing brand. So when you obey all of these rules and you follow through with all of these steps, then you are able to build a profitable writing brand. All right. At this point, I think that I'm going to take questions if there are any questions, but it's almost time for us to go to our next speaker for today. We have really had an awesome time today, and me personally, I've really, really learned a lot. Rosemary Okafor is in the studio, and she's here to give us the fire and the brimstone about collaborations and networking. Okay, so I'm just going to play her intro video. Hi.
Hello.
Here comes the queen of romance.
Oh, come on.
I mean, no. I love the way you write. And I'm so excited to have you here today. Thank you so much for taking time out of your schedule to come and share your experience, your knowledge with us. Yeah, so I'm really excited. Collaborations and networking is something that writers, have to leverage on. So I'm really glad, because here we can see how we can actually leverage on collaborations.
Hello?
Okay, can you hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear me? I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me?
No, you are faint. Can you hear me? You are kind of faint.
Can you hear me better now?
Faint.
Okay, I'm just going to step out of the studio and let you do your thing, right?
Okay, but I don't know if you are hearing me. Are you hearing me very well?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you clearly. So I'm just going to step out of the studio and let you do your thing. So guys, let's welcome Rosemary as she takes the stage.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rosemary Okafor. I have to apologize for where I am now. I'm at work. I don't have a standard office, so I'm right now inside my car. So I hope you guys will pardon me here. So with that being said, we don't have a lot of time. So I'm here to talk about collaborations and networking. Yeah. Collaborations and networking, very important. This is one of the things that we didn't get to learn when we started writing. I tell you, because if I knew this earlier, I believe I would have been somewhere now. But anyways, collaboration. Let me start this teaching with a little bit of what happened to me on my first published work. I published my first work in 2020. Yeah, 2020 earlier. And then I will proudly tell you with all happiness, with all joy, that only 65 persons read that work. Seriously, only 65 persons read that work. So I was kind of devastated, discouraged. Nice story, very powerful story. And I poured out my heart. I poured out my heart in that story. So I felt everybody have to read this book. But voila, after all the marketing, after all the shouting, after all I'm kind of an introvert, just like Glory said that most writers are introverts. But I pushed myself beyond everything to see that I marketed that book. And at the end of the day, from Okada Books, only 65 persons. So you can imagine how I felt. But I was about to throw in the towel, like, what the heck, what the actual heck, this is not worth it, so let me just forget about it. When I got a call, or a message rather, from the first people I collaborated with. What's this people? Love African Press, yeah, to write an anthology with them, a love anthology. I think Be My Val Volume 2. I said okay. So I did that collaboration, Be My Val Volume 2, and then I got a little noticed. People reviewed the work. Oh, your story is nice. You're a new writer. I like your story. I would like to have some of your works. So it's really I'm not telling this story because I love telling stories, but because I want to pick out something. That it's always difficult as a new writer to carry your work seriously. That's why most times as new authors seem to be comfortable more with going with a traditional publishers, because they do the marketing, they do the whatever they do, But as for indie writers or indie authors, it's always difficult to get your book out there alone. Running solo, it's really difficult. So that is where collaboration and networking is. Most of us has done networking businesses in one way or the other. Come on, we have done that a lot. TNC, GNLD, and a lot. Even now, a lot. Even in church, while you preach your gospel, kind of networking. Come and join me in my church. Come and give your life to Christ and all those things. Sorry, I'm a Christian, so he's always sipping in here and there. So we have done networking every time. Our business, we have done networking. So why don't you apply it in writing? Because running solo can be tiring. It can be discouraging. Yeah, sorry, let me off something. Okay, so running solo can be tiring and discouraging, especially when you are a new writer. I hope the network is not messing us up, because I'm kind of hanging somewhere. Or should I go ahead? Okay. Let me go ahead. So running solo can be discouraging and really, it can be tiring sometimes, especially as a new author, because wow, you are just moving into the market and you've not been introduced, or you want to introduce yourself, but most persons are skeptical. The word is skeptical. Most persons are skeptical about reading new books from new authors. They have not read your work before. They don't know the style of things you do. They don't know the kind of writing you do. So no matter how nice you write, no matter how good you write, no matter how beautiful the story is, most readers, I tell you, even Nigerian readers especially, those guys are, I don't know. So most readers are so skeptical about new authors. So you can do everything and still not get readers enough. the way we want. We want thousands, possibly millions of persons to come across our works, but we cannot get that. So that is where collaboration and networking is. What is collaboration? So collaboration is joining two or more persons. In business, because I'm also into business, in business you can kind of merging ideas, finances, or whatever you have, any kind of resource, in order to build a powerful business idea, build a powerful thing that you can sell to the public. So the same way it is in writing, merging ideas, merging thoughts, coming together, merging stories in order to bring out something that people can read. And when it comes to writing, it's very important, especially for new authors, very, very important, because you want your voice to be heard. And it's kind of like standing at the shoulder of the mighty, of the high and mighty, especially those that have been there before. I have written, I think 4 to 5 anthologies now, have collaborated with authors that has been there. Let me check my laptop if it's working now, if I can use my laptop. I'm using my phone now. See if I can use my laptop rather. It's coming up, so let's see how it goes. So collaboration is kind of standing at the shoulder of giants, in quotes, if I use that word, giants, to get yourself out there. Is another form of marketing. We have talked about marketing before. I think Glory talked about it, and some other speakers have also talked about marketing. But this is a kind of marketing that really you may not do much, but write your story, collaborate with other authors, and put it out there. Yeah. So these authors may not be new authors. They could be authors that have been there, like the few ones I have done before. You have authors that have been there for years, that have written a lot whole of books. So you as a new author, putting your story in an anthology or a series, however it is, whatever you guys choose to do, is almost like hiding, or will I use the word hiding? The word hiding, I don't know what is the best word to use here, but it's kind of you using an opportunity, getting noticed, getting shown, because you are flying in the wings of other writers. And this is very important for every writer, every author that wants to be known. When we started writing, we really don't know that this kind of marketing is very important. Most of us want our story to be standalone. We just don't want to soar with others. We want to stand out. And sometimes we think we are doing ourselves good. No, to join other authors. I don't even know the kind of stories they're writing. I don't even know, blah, 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 blah. I just want to stand out. But then when you soar, let me use that word, when you soar with these authors in an anthology, a collaboration, a series of a kind, you will get people to yourself. It's kind of getting people to know you because they know the other author. I don't know whether we are getting what I'm talking about here. Like getting people to know you because they know other authors. I'm tempted to shout praise the Lord because I'm always used to shout and praise the Lord. Okay, so someone out there may ask me, I'm not really seeing any questions here, so I guess most persons are saying something at the background. Anyways, I'm not really seeing questions here, none for now. Okay, so most persons may be saying, we want to collaborate, we want to join anthologies, but how do we get ourselves in there? How do we join? How do we see things? How do we know which one to? So we are in a digital world where everything is there on there. Everything is there. You can actually see requests here and there. I've followed Glory for quite a while now. I've seen her post sites that demand for short stories, writing organizations that demand for it. So these things are what we do. And then you can get a direct request like I got sometimes. A direct way to come and join us, this and that. And then you also can see people, or maybe you have to be active on social media in order to see these things. So you can really, So you have to be very, very active on social media in order to see this. You cannot just be a cold fish. you stay in your house, you just go to work and come back if you're working, and you expect opportunities like this to fall on your lap. You really have to put yourself out there, because any group, any organization that's that wants people to join them in an anthology, actually will be looking out for someone that has been active on social media, one, and also someone that they have known the ability of the person. So you have to be good at what you do, your writing and stuff, and also have to be social media presence. You really don't have to be shy. You really don't have to lock yourself up. So you have to be there. You have to fix yourself, present yourself, make yourself known. So the opportunity comes, and then you grab it, and not pass you by. I don't know whether you're getting what I'm saying. So collaboration is what we are talking about here. Joining others, pooling resources together. And then most of the mistake we make sometimes is that when we hear collaboration, or when we hear anthologies, we think it's just to bring out stories and fix it together in a book, and then we'll push it out there. That is what it is. Yeah, you can get something done for free, but there are collaborations that you can be part of. And then you also have to stake your money, your time, everything to make it work. Because collaborations doesn't mean that one person is sponsoring the whole thing. If that is how it works for the person, they know that the sharing and everything, financial burden and financial gain will also go to the person. But if this collaboration have to do with people of the same equal ability, the same equal financial capability, or people that just come together and want to do, and they want you in for Christ's sake, you have to be part of it, because you want your story to sell alongside these others. So you have collaborations of people, like there's this one that I'm seeing all over the place in IG now, from, I think, Tales from Motherland something. Yeah, Tales from Motherland something. They are calling for submission for an anthology. And I also saw the one that Mr. Stanley is putting up. I think it's a crime story or so. I get so crime story or so. And I think that the window for that has been closed anyway. But these are what we're talking about. There are people, there are writers that, if they don't collaborate with other writers, many years, they can write anything for years. They can write anything in years and nobody recognizes them. But collaboration gives you the edge. Yeah. Number one, it gives you the edge. It gives you the voice. It gives you the recognition. And that is what we want. That is what every author, yeah, do I see a lie here? Mhm. Okay, so that is what every author wants: recognition. And then most persons, you may not have the millions of money to throw around in order to market yourself or build a brand, just like Glory talked about, building a brand and market yourself. You may not have that lots of money to do that. So what you do is to collaborate. You network. See, even when it seems nothing is coming your way, as per se, if somebody is asking you to come and join this or come and join that, you can go out there in search of one. Just like I mentioned, you go to social media, you must see something, and then you hunt for it because you want it. Okay, I have Glory call me, said, called her the queen of romance writing. I yeah, she said that. But then the first story that people got to know me, that got me out there, wasn't the one I told you that I sold at 65%. No, but it was the one I collaborated with people. The romance story I collaborated with people. The one more night, sorry, not one more night, from Love African Press, and then Paradise, that I did like a series with Black female authors. And why did people have to read my story? Is because there are other beautiful, wonderful, talented, what word will I use now? what word will I use now? Award-winning, award-winning authors, award-winning authors that were part of that trend. So we have award-winning authors like Kama was there, Timmy Waters was there, Glory herself was there. So these are authors that have been there, that people know so much. People were so happy to read their books and everything, and their story. And then soaring with authors like that in a collaboration gave me that recognition. And from there, everybody asked if she can write this, then I will read every of her story. So that is how and why we need collaboration, because aside that it brings authors together, it showcases your work more than your personal marketing. If you are a guru, okay, I'm going to get off this now because my laptop is now working. Okay. I hope I hope um I hope this is working. Yeah. Yeah. Hello? Hello?
We can't see you on the other screen, but we can hear you. Can you
Hello?
hear
Are you
me?
seeing me now?
No, we can't see you on the other screen, the one I just joined, but we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I was trying to log on.
I
was actually trying to log on with my laptop, so I don't know whether it's working.
It's working. I think this is the one with you holding your phone, right?
The laptop is on now. Can you see me in it?
Yes.
Okay. So let me use this. So still talking about collaborations. Before previously I talked about the work I did that brought me out Paradise. Um, um, with the Black female authors. So it's a brilliant idea when we decide to, yeah, perfect. Thank you. Perfect. I can see myself now. It's beautiful. So it's a brilliant idea when we choose to collaborate with other authors. There's no shame in it. There's no I write better than this person in it. There's no I have read this person's work. That's not. I don't like the way she writes. So, no. Let me run solo. Because the more you run solo, the more you struggle. I tell you, the Bible talks about. Sorry, I am mentioning the Bible because I'm a Christian, so it's always popping up. So the Bible talks about the two. A man can chase 10,000 and two can chase 10,000. So, what do you do in collaboration aside pulling together your stories to give people something to read? Now, let me use my experience for an illustration. When we did Paradise, the Twin Bliss Resort novel story, because I will always use that. That project was loud. It was big. In fact, one of the biggest I've ever done, and I think we are still working on something else. So when we did Paradise, a lot of efforts were pulled together because we wanted it to work. Not just the story to go out there, but we wanted the idea to sell. We wanted the Twin Bliss Resort to sell as a brand. So we wanted a story that will, the story is not a story now because we're not running solo, stories that will stick to the head of readers and get them wanting every book of that series. It's an eight book series. So from book one to the last book, we wanted readers to read all of them. So what did we do? We pull ideas together. That is what collaboration is. It's not you working and maybe you just write your story and throw it somewhere and throw it to whoever that is coordinating, and now you sit back and fold your hands. Collaboration doesn't mean that you have written a story, let them take care of it, and you just sit down and want to cash out. No, collaboration means that you are pulling in fact, you are part of it. You are part of it. You are putting everything, because you are marketing yourself, you are branding yourself and your book. And the difference is now that you are soaring a kind of a synergy. There's a synergy in marketing, there's synergy in promotion, there's synergy in whatever you guys are doing, and it goes far. It goes far more than when you more. It goes far better than when you are running solo. Sorry, I'm a fast talker, so I seem to. Aside pulling your resources together, you put your stories together, and then the marketing. There are persons that are not good with marketing, and I, your humble servant, if I will use that word, I am one of them. But then we learn from others, and that is what collaboration is all about. Whatever you are marketing, that you will talk about one person bringing two legs. Yeah, I think I don't know how many of us that have done that before. You bring two legs and you don't bring them and allow them to lag. You teach them how to hustle. There is hustling now. You teach them talk to the other two persons, and by the time you know what is happening, your downlines are growing. So that is how it works in writing. you know this person brings the idea, hey, let us collaborate, let us do something, let us write our stories together, let us do an anthology. And then he sells the idea to this person down here, and this person sells the idea to this person down here. So you don't sign up and rest, you don't sign up and sleep, you don't sign up and relax. You sign up and you buckle up, because whether you like it or not, your effort is needed in a collaborative writing. Your effort is needed. So most persons see a collaboration like anthologies as a means of escape in so many things, like you are escaping marketing, you're escaping promotion, you're escaping branding, and so on and so forth. That doesn't work that way. You just end up shooting yourself on the leg, except maybe you have a very strong leader. But if it's kind of you guys are at par and you people are working towards common goal, come on, you want to sell that book, you want to sell your story, and you want to sell yourself. So in collaboration, you do the work as well. But the beautiful thing about collaboration is that one person pulls the other. It's kind of where there is a synergy. This person kind of, you see my hand knitted together. Without me, this cannot work. Without me, this. So this, whether you like it or not, somebody is pulling you. Somebody is pulling you. Somebody is pulling you. So that is how collaboration in writing is. So you get the dividend together. You also do the work together. So you put your resources if you are asked to bring your money. You put your ideas, you put your in marketing, you do that together, you give it a massive push. So with that, you can put yourself out there. There are people that I know, they have not even published one single book. No, they have not written one single book, as in kind of a standalone book, but you will always see them in anthologies. You will always see them in anthologies. So that is, maybe they want to build themselves first. It could take them years, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, to always show their works in anthologies. And then when they bring out a standalone book, everybody wants to rush to buy it because their works has been there, has been published everywhere. I know a particular guy on Facebook. I know when he started writing, and I kind of said, why are you not bringing out your works? Somebody said no, that he knows what he's doing. His works are everywhere. He works are on different anthologies, in Love African Press anthologies, and so many other places. With what's this? There's this particular um Afritondo or something like that. His works are there. And I keep telling him, why don't you say he knows what he's doing? And this kind of person, they will strategically put their works on anthologies that they know will sell. This is a marketing strategy, people. It's really a marketing strategy. So if you don't have the strength to write a full length work, you can write short stories and begin to scout for groups that are looking for similar stories like yours. Because I read some persons that comment under Glory's talk, talking about carving a niche for yourself, getting a jewelry and so on. So you seek for those people that are seeking for what you write. Like I'm a romance writer, with a little spice, a little touch of suspense and here and there. So I may not want to collaborate with a group that does literary fiction. I know I will fail, except maybe I'll try. Maybe someday I will try. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe someday, someday I will try. But I will not want to do that now because that's not where I belong. That's not where, but they will not even accept me. So you choose what you write. I don't want to talk about that. Someone else have talked about that. Some, in previous whatever. Oh God, look at my time. So you choose what you like, and then you begin to, if they don't come for you, or you see them showcasing or asking for or declaring an opening for something like this, come on, you give it a try. You give it a try. You are not paying for it except when they ask for it. You are not paying for it because you are pushing yourself. It's a marketing, a very perfect strategic marketing strategy. When you get your work in one anthology, two anthologies, one series, two series, or whatever it is that they are doing, and you are part of it, by the time you do that over and over again, people know you. They know you. And then give it some time. You bring out your work, and it becomes hot cake in the market, depending on what you did. It becomes hot cake. Everybody wants to read your work. So I don't know what time, how much time do I have left? Oh, I have 2 minutes. Glory, that's that how time runs. Oh wow. Okay. Um, I have a question here. So how did you start collaborating with other authors in writing anthologies? I asked for it. Yeah, I asked for it. There was an opening on Facebook. That's why I say you should be social media. You should be visible on social media. You should use your social. I don't know what most persons do with their time. Oh, why is this eyeglasses going like this? Okay. So you should be visible on social media. So I saw this opening. This group was asking for a collaboration. We have so story that have to talk about this and that. They are accepting entries, and that was my very first story. And voila, I wrote it was accepted. So get yourself out there, scout for groups that are presenting openings and opportunities for anthologies. So you could be lucky. There are millions of people or thousands of people, hundreds of people that will put their entries. Or you could be picked because you are good. If you know you are good, you are good. So you write stories and send to them. And from there you start. So that is it. How I started collaborating with other authors. I saw an opening. And after that first one, other authors now have to approach me. The second one I was approached, I was asked to, and I happily agreed. And from there, I started climbing. So that is how it is for you. You might not have done an anthology before, so scout for it. They will not come to you because they don't know your ability. So it is you now going to them. Go to IG, go to Facebook. I don't know, Twitter. No. It's you might not see it on Twitter, anyways, but you see on IG, you see on Facebook. So accept it. Write your story and send to them. And most of these things are not more than 7,000 to 15,000 words, and you are good. You are good. So that is how I started. That is how I started my anthology. So I don't have much time. Should I go ahead, or is there any other author coming up? Should I go ahead? I'm conscious of time.
Okay. Unfortunately, we've
I'm
actually come to
conscious
the
of
end.
time.
Unfortunately, we've come to the end. It's been very, very enlightening. I mean, collaborations, networking. I remember starting off in BFA because I read several anthologies, and sometimes when I read a really good story from an anthology, I would go and look for the writer, and then I would
Ah,
get more books from the writer and read. So I was like, Why don't we do this in Nigeria? Why don't we do this in Africa? I mean, we're trying to get, so why don't I leverage on your audience and then my audience? So reached out to Margaret, we got the whole BFA thing started, and it's going really great. So it's really been awesome. So thank you so much, Rosemary. More collaborations and networking out there. We're all coming out of our shell to make sure that, we're making the money from publishing, because we don't have to eat. We don't just write for the art. We also write to make a profit, because writing is a business. It's not a charity organization. It's a business. Okay. So thank you so much, Rosemary, for taking time out. I'm sure that we've learned quite a lot. If you learned something, just leave her the fire emoji and in the comment section, and just say thank you, Rosemary, once again for coming. So we're heading just to. All right, thank you. Okay, so at long last, we have come to the end of the webinar for today. Stanley, how do you feel?
Wow, I'm speechless. I'm speechless. It's been an amazing. I mean, this is a dream come true. And of course, we are already getting messages on WhatsApp and Telegram, people saying that thank you so much for organizing this. Thank you so much. So this is it. I'm so grateful. And of course, thank you, Glory, for coming up with this amazing idea. That's what we're talking about, collaboration. But in this case, we are helping these young writers. We are giving back to the society, and I'm sure that they gain massive value. In fact, going through the comment section has been amazing. Okay, so now today they learn from established authors, and those authors, we are they willingly share their secrets, what is working for them with our participants. So it's really been an amazing section so far. This program, Zero to Pro Fiction Writing webinar, is actually what it is, taking them from zero to pro. And it is always said that when you listen to someone who is successful in their niche and practice what they taught you, you will not make all those mistakes that they made. So you will skip that try and error stage, and you will go straight to the point. You go straight to practicing the strategies that work. And yes. So it's really been amazing, and that's what this webinar is all about. So I'm really grateful to all the speakers. We are grateful to all of them. Thank you so much. I know how busy that they are, their schedules are, and all of that. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us. Thank you so much. We are grateful, and we do not take this for granted. Glory, how was this for you? How was this section, this program for you? So
it was the best. I love talking about. I can talk about fiction for hours on end. So just listening to the whole thing from the very first speaker. I mean, it has been a very awesome time. I've been smiling throughout, and I'm sure that by this evening my face will start. My jaw will start. But it has been really, really insightful, really, really, really expository. I also want to thank the people who have been with us from the beginning, this point, and people who joined in and they're still here. Thank you to everyone who joined. Maybe even left due to one or two reasons, because you guys have made it show really, really interactive. Thank you for the engagements. Thank you for the comments. Like Stanley said, we got messages of, oh, thank you so much for this webinar, and we did it because we just believe that there's a lot of room for improvement. And the truth is, I really hate seeing talented writers just not doing what to do and languishing in the dark, because of certain lack of knowledge and certain lack of access to educational materials. And that has been something that I'm really trying my best as much as I can, by God's grace, to work against, to build up a community, to build up resources for the African writer living in Africa, because we deserve representation, we deserve access, we deserve education, and all of that. So it's been a really, really expository webinar. I'm really, really glad that at least for every part of writing and publishing, we're able to touch some of those areas. So what we have learned today is not enough. But I believe that with the data that we've learned today, if you implement it, you're going to begin to start to see results. And as always, you can always reach out to Stanley, you can reach out to me, for help. And we also have, some things planned out for WhatsApp and all of that. So you can always just join us there and see stuff like that. I'm really grateful for what we want to see, what me and Stanley want to see from here on out now is implementation. It's easy to attend the webinar. All you do is watch and write. right? But implementing is going to take a lot of mental strength. You may implement and fail, doesn't mean you should stop. So please implement, keep practicing, go through the notes that you've taken down today, look at it ever so often, and try to implement as much as you can. If you feel somewhere you need further clarifications, I think you can even reach out to those writers and try to see if they can give you a little bit more tip to help you to find success in whatever you were struggling with. So please let us learn to implement, not just to listen. Okay, I think at this point we should just say we have said our goodbyes. We've thanked everybody. And is there any final word from you, Stanley, before we say and goodbye?
I want to say a special thanks to our volunteers. Thank you so much. They were able to help us to reach out to a wider audience. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are grateful, and I know most of you still have lots of questions. If I'm you, I will start following these authors that spoke during this webinar today. Follow them. They are all on Facebook. They are most of them. In fact, they are very active on Instagram. If you are not active on Instagram, well, start, open an Instagram account and be active, because Instagram is the #1 social media platform for brands. Okay, follow them, learn from them. You are going to really learn a lot about brand building and book promotion and every other thing else that they are doing. If you want to learn fiction writing, really understand it well, Glory has a book on that, on fiction writing, and it's a book that will give you clarity. You can reach out to her and she will tell you how you can be able to purchase it. It's a book that will give you clarity so that you'll be able to achieve amazing success. And now, if you're worried, probably you want to self-publish your book and you are looking for guidance, you want to work with a professional, our team at Ifadigo Publishing Company is here to help you. So send me a DM after this and we can work with you on any aspect of your book project, whether it is manuscript editing or book cover design or even publishing your book, or even giving you marketing strategies that that will help you to sell and market your book, whether it is online or offline. We are here to help you. So thank you so much. This is just the beginning. I believe that there will be another batch for this. Glory, people are asking whether there will be a replay for this amazing section.
Yes, there's going to be a replay on my channel. So if you've not subscribed, please subscribe now. There's going to be a replay available, I think, in a few hours or 3 days from now. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming. So we've officially come to the end of the webinar. This was a point where we should have champagne and, toast to, success and all of that. But it's a virtual webinar and all of that. So we're just going to say thank you to everybody. Thank you to the volunteers.
Subscribe to the channel, Glory Abba. Subscribe to the channel. There'll be a replay, and we'll also share the replay across all our channels, the WhatsApp groups, the Telegram group, even via email, so that you get access to it and go through this section again. The topics that you love, go through them, take notes, implement, because this was how we started. This was how we did it. Always learning, because learning never ends. The people who are succeeding in their niche are people who are taking action. So if you just got a lot of this kind of information and you didn't do anything with it, then someone who doesn't have access to this kind of information, you are the same with that person. So for those who are willing to pay the price and take massive action to get amazing results, you are not paying for this. You got this totally free, and we want to see you win, and that is why we are doing this. And I'm so grateful it was successful. I'm so grateful you got back. So thank you, and of course we wish you amazing success in your writing career.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Stanley, too, for your contributions and all of that, support, all of that. Okay, so thank you, everybody. This is the official end of the webinar. Always, of course, follow us on social media platforms for more announcements and more tips and resources and educational tools on how to grow as a writer. All right, everybody, till the next edition. Bye.